Chapter 7. Forgiveness. 3 days later. Mr. Mathers was right. The new conference room on the second floor of the museum really was quite nice. The table was long enough to accommodate at least 15 people alone. But there were plenty of chairs stacked against the wall to make for a congregation of the whole temple staff. The wood paneling, floors, and uniquely pleasant aroma from the museum below gave the room a very homely and comforting feel. Not only that, but the view was indeed excellent. The large windows ran all along the eastern wall of the room and gave a wide view of the temple and whole town square as the people of town went to and fro about their business. It was only a shame that I couldn't truly appreciate the view, since each of the chairs across from me were occupied. Directly across from me, Bishop Mordecai was staring at me expectingly while Constable Hanshaw, too, had a look of confusion oriented towards me. At last, Bishop Mordecai asked me, "Is that all right with you, Mr. Young?" I snapped back to the moment, immediately replying, "Yes, sir, sorry. I can have myself and 2 of my men verify that as soon as possible." "Okay, excellent," said the bishop, before turning to the constable beside him and asking, "And you were going to include Mr. Doyle on this little scout, correct?" The constable nodded, making eyes with Doyle, who sat 2 men down from me, as he said, "Doyle's scouts were the ones who caught word of it from those traders, so they can lead Lieutenant Young right to the spot, and we can proceed from there." I glanced to Lieutenant Doyle, seeing him give the constable and Mordecai a thumbs up before saying, "Don't worry, Bishop. My scouts are plenty experienced. We can head out today and be back in 2 days if that's agreeable with you." The bishop looked at the constable, seeming to mouth a question. The 2 men exchanged some whispers I couldn't make out, but before too long, the bishop looked to Doyle and me as he said, "Would your men be able to conduct the run at the end of the week? Friday may be more suitable. It would only be 3 days, so it shouldn't be too big of a hindrance, correct?" The old bishop reached for the glass of water before him, and Doyle adjusted in his chair before saying, "We could do that, Bishop, but it'd be best if we head out sooner rather than later. The winds could easily blow away any tracks, and we might not be able to find the culprit if we put it off for too long." The bishop was done drinking, and setting the glass down, he again looked to the constable to exchange a few quiet words before they both looked up to Doyle and I. This time, the constable answered, "It's only an idol, or totem, so I doubt the culprits would have gone far. So the bishop, we, think it'd be best if you and your scouts set out on Friday. We need a full watch till then." "Say no more, Constable," said Doyle, as he sat back in his chair, and I internally asked, "Why do we need a full watch till then?" I didn't feel the question was important enough to ask, so I held it inside. The meeting was already long enough, as evidenced by the soreness from sitting too long and the others at the table, slapping themselves to stay awake or already dozing off. Finally, the bishop stacked his ledgers and folders on the table, startling everyone in the room awake, as he said somewhat rapidly, "I'd say that will about do it." He paused briefly, seeing that he had everyone's attention now, and concluded in the same manner. "This meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much for all your time and patience, and go with God." At that, everyone, including myself, stood from the table, giving the bishop a farewell as my fellow officers of the guard and elders too shuffled out of the room. I took a stretch and turned to depart as well, but as soon as my back was turned, the constable said, "Paul, would you mind staying for a while?" I turned back around, seeing the bishop and constable both as the only ones still seated. The crowd died as everyone else was already out of the room, save for the last 2 elders still trudging towards the doors with their canes. "Sure thing," said I to the bishop and constable with more of a questioning tone than I myself expected. I plopped myself back in the chair and met the eyes of both men as the door shut for the last time, with the departure of Elders Rockwell and Larsdale. When it shut, the bishop gave a quick glance down at his open ledger, before joining the constable in their friendly looks at me. I was going to ask the reason for this private council with my superior and the spiritual leader of our community, when the bishop asked with a smile, "How's the boy, Paul? Been up to any more trouble since colliding with me the other day?" I could feel the warmness in the old bishop's words and see it on his face. The constable was smiling as well when I said, "No trouble like that, sir. but I believe I do owe the gallants yet another compensation because of something he did to their yard yesterday." The constable chuckled, and the bishop's smile grew wider as the light outside the windows told me it was about noon. The bishop then said, "I've spoken to the constable about you and your family, and all I can say to the matter is, that sounds about right." The constable jumped in with a nod from the bishop. The bishop here knows Michelle is about to go on mission too, and has decided to make a personal contribution to her fund. I was surprised by this and said what I could in the moment. You don't have to do that, sir. I don't believe she's even started petitioning yet. She doesn't turn 18 for another 3 months, but thank you so much." Both men nodded, and the bishop raised his hand. "No thanks necessary. She will have the head start she needs regardless, and I am happy to help." I could only mutter, "Thanks again. I know she will appreciate that, and so do I. It's the least I can do. Not to mention that it is you whom I owe much thanks." "Sir?" I asked as I started wondering why I was owed thanks by the bishop. "Yes, between you, Mr. Mathers, and the constable here, I have decided to go forth with meetings like the one we just finished. The security of the community and our ambitions were at great risk of being forgotten. I can only see great things coming from regular communication between the temple leadership and the guard. Even if meetings like these serve as an excuse to catch up on sleep for some of the attendees." "I'm happy to have helped, sir," said I, trying to remember what exactly I did to help spur his decision. I could only recall a few things said in conversation between the constable and Mr. Mathers lately, but nothing specific stuck out. Still, the bishop nodded, and Constable Hanshaw stayed silent as the bishop then said, "Which brings us to the other reason you're here now." I began to wonder what this other reason was, but before I could, he went on, "I worry about the prospect of expansion in the wake of the other recent event. That, of course, being Joshua Graham." "What's the issue?" I asked immediately as my mind started swarming with memories of the returned legate and that night that seemed so blurry. The bishop raised his hand in a calming gesture. "There is no issue, not yet I believe, but we were wondering if you could help us." The bishop's eyes went to the constable, who twisted his mustache before glancing at the bishop, and then back at me before saying, "We understand you were with him for quite a while in the clinic that afternoon, Paul. We know he's the closest with you, so we were going to ask if..." Even though I wasn't one to normally interrupt anyone, my thoughts of that night ended in an instant at the constable's words as I blurted out, "He is? He's the closest with me?" I saw this outburst was met still with the friendly and understanding eyes of the men. I never thought I was considered the closest to Joshua Graham, and had no idea what my actions that afternoon, or that night, might have looked like to anyone. Then again, I had no idea what that perception of these two men, or the community was. The allegation of my closeness to Mr. Graham wasn't said in a derogatory, or even accusatory way. In fact, the exact opposite appeared to be the case as I continued to look at the men across from me. Still, the bishop and constable knew I had more to say, and all I could do was explain my surprise at my relation to Mr. Graham the way I saw it. I elaborated on that day simply. We hadn't exchanged more than a few words that day before Danny and the kids arrived. I paused, remembering more of that evening before the temple. Then I remembered how I hadn't heard anything about him since that night, and said I was actually wondering what's happened to him because I hadn't seen him since that night I took him to the temple. "Do you know where he is?" The bishop and constable exchanged glances in the short pause before Mordecai said softly and assuringly, "He's been granted a shack outside the city. He's still recovering, and we expect him to for a long time. I intend to explain this in my next sermon, but I'm sure you've noticed that talk of him meets a fitting end outside the gates." He paused to swallow while a look of serious concern stayed on the constable's calm face. The bishop went on, "Now I know you guardsmen have your banter while you're on watch, but the constable has already sent word to the others to keep talk of him beyond the walls to a minimum." Pausing again, I was going to tell him that I already knew the standing order after that night, but I was more interested in hearing what was on the tip of the bishop's tongue. All he could say in conclusion was, "But the truth is, I'm worried." I thought of the wrapped man in the darkness of the temple, standing tall with the cross of stained glass above as I asked what I internally already knew. "What are you worried about?" The bishop gulped, shrugged the worry out of his mind, then stated before me, "I don't know exactly, but we were hoping you can help us identify that." The constable began to twist his mustache again as he said emotionlessly, "Stories have started coming in about what happened with the Legion at Hoover Dam several months back. We still don't hear too much about the execution that didn't take, although it should be obvious that many of us are already aware of that, thanks to Mr. Mathers and what you have already told me the following morning. But what the bishop means is, did you and Graham talk about it? Did he say who might be coming for him?" My thoughts returned to that evening when I was alone with Graham and the few words we exchanged. As I thought, I could only say, I don't think anyone knows he's alive if I'm being honest, but he and I didn't really talk about anything. As much as I suspected it was him as I sat at his bedside that afternoon, there was still a large part of me that didn't even believe it was so. If I recall correctly, I mostly just wanted him to admit his name. As you know from our talk the day after, he said he'd only admit it if I brought him inside. "So you didn't discuss anything else?" asked Hanshaw, as the bishop sat listening to every word said. "No, sir, that day is a bit fuzzy, but, like I said, all I remember really is asking for his name. I wanted to be sure, to hear him admit it before I told anyone. I would have questioned him further, but there were so many people who came to him that night in the temple after he finally confessed. Personally, I didn't intend for there to be anyone else who'd follow us there that night." Constable Hanshaw adjusted in his chair. "You two passed right under my window. Those muffled screams were the only reason I was there. The three of us thought about where we were that night, and I could see on the bishop's face that he wished he had the energy to show up as soon as word was passed to him on the other end of town. There, I could also see on his face that his age was getting the better of him little by little each day as he rubbed his leg under the table. Sitting there thinking, I remembered other bits of that night before returning home, but my mind always returned to focus on the image of him standing in the heart of the temple as the crowd closed in. Every one of them, to my own surprise, shaking his hand and welcoming him home. I thought I was the only one who'd even considered the ramifications of his return, while the crowd made the prospect of getting nearer impossible as each new Canaanite filled the temple that evening. After the moment, Bishop Mordecai brought us all back to the moment as he said, "Regardless, for now, Joshua is to stay outside the city, and word will continue passing to the people about keeping talk of his presence to a minimum. In the meantime, however, He glanced to Hanshaw, then went on. "We need you to do something. I'd been waiting on what this task was since the beginning, and even though I knew it deep inside, I remained curious what it was as the constable took over. Go to him, ask him what he did to get here, who might have seen him, if he left a trail, if he had to kill anyone, if there were witnesses, and how likely is it that someone will come for him. We need all hands on deck, until we know for sure what kind of danger may be coming. All actions beyond the walls, expeditions, missions, etc., are on hold until we have a better idea of what he might have brought with him." I agreed to the task, still partially wondering why it was me who was considered the closest to him. I stood up from the table, gave my farewells to the bishop and constable, then exited the conference room above the museum to see a few of the elders still congregated outside in the hallways or stairwells. The guards all long departed. The eyes of the elders were locked on me as I headed down the stairs, only for more quiet conversations to resume the second I was far enough. Being a lieutenant of the guard had its perks, the biggest one being that I didn't have to wait for the next incoming or outbound group for the gates to lower. A thumbs up to the guardsmen operating the levers, a few brief kind words, and the gates lowered immediately. Several of my brothers and sisters of the community joined me in our exit into the market, thanking me for abruptly ending their wait, and I proceeded forth with the small group. The downside of being a lieutenant of the guard came when I passed the gate stations and was met with Nathan shouting, "Hey LT, where are you going?" I kept going, following the small path closest to the wall, away from the main crowds, and immediately felt the presence behind me. I didn't have to turn around to feel John, Ramos, and Nathan behind me, and it wasn't long before I heard Nathan say, "You didn't have to hit me so hard, John. Is that how you going to lead when Lieutenant Young gets promoted?" And the men joined my side on the little walk, and Nathan was interrupted by John saying to me, "Where you headed, sir? Feel like we haven't gotten to see you much lately." I kept walking as I said to him, "Official business for the constable. And shouldn't you be back at the gate station?" "Carl just went to relieve himself. He'll think we're making our rounds through the market," said John. Eyes still on the path through the shanties along the wall, I said, "Yet you're following me?" Then Nathan jumped in. "We're doing that and starting our rounds. We make our runs this way sometimes, but where are you going?" I stopped in my tracks. As much as I enjoyed their company, I was on an assignment. I went to tell them that this was a confidential assignment, as it dealt with that certain person we weren't allowed to talk about beyond the gates. But then it hit me how the words secret or confidential were never used. Still, I knew this wasn't an assignment for so many people to join me on. The men stood beside me expectingly, and I asked them when I was sure there was nobody around, "What is our most recent directive?" The three of them thought for a second before John said softly with a brief glance around, "I understand. Ramos, head back and give Carl a hand." Ramos had the look of, "Why me?" but didn't speak as he accepted the order and gave us a farewell with his head hung low. John turned back to me with the look of, "I got your back," but I could only stare at him with the look of, "Fine." We continued on through the slums along the wall, and to my surprise, even Nathan kept his mouth shut along the way. They knew who I was looking for, but I didn't really know exactly which shack I was going to. Thankfully, the two of them had heard enough word of mouth from other guardsmen and new Canaanites for John to say to me, "It's just up here." I thanked him, but getting closer, I probably didn't need the help because outside the shack I could see 4 prim and properly dressed people of the community waiting on a bench outside looking more than out of place amidst the scattered crowds of tribal refugees and wasters who paid for such meager homes outside the walls. Stepping closer, I was going to ask the citizens, who I recognized as the Neal family, about why they were here when suddenly I was asked from somewhere in the shantytown, "Lieutenant Young." I turned, and before I could make out the voice, I saw Mr. Schmidt approaching us from out of a group of wastrels. Not expecting so many distractions, I gave Mr. Langdon and Nathan a gesture to leave as Mr. Schmidt stepped up. Except the gesture was lost on my men, and they didn't move an inch as the young Duncan was finally close enough to say, "I heard from Doyle that I'm joining him and you on that run out to the idol or totem thing. Why are we headed out Friday and not right now? The guys who did it might be long gone by then." After a moment, Duncan raised a curious eyebrow at the apparent confusion he stirred. "Another time," I thought as I actually said to him, "I'm carrying out some business right now. Stop by the gate station later." The young man asked, "Here? On this side of the shanties? Anyway, we can walk and talk like we did the other." He paused, finally understanding the expression on our faces and how his concerns would have to be addressed another time. After realizing this, he looked around at the people going about their business and said as a matter of fact, "I'm coming with you." "No, you're not," said I before Nathan and John both said together, "Us too." I didn't even care that the young man and my 2 guards defied an order. I could only ask, "Why?" Duncan stayed silent, and John was going to say something more intelligent, but Nathan blurted out in a hushed tone, "I hadn't met the guy. I don't think John or Duncan has either." I was going to tell them this wasn't the time, but couldn't get a word in as John said, "We'll keep others outside," and then Duncan chimed in, "And back you up, in case he's still got some legion in him." I appreciated their sentiment, but remembering who I brought into the temple 3 nights back made me chuckle at the young man's offer. Duncan wondered what was funny. John was left with that look from earlier, and Nathan was just happy to be here. I concluded that none of this was worth protesting and silently nodded for them to follow as I turned and stepped up to the younger Neal family still outside. I asked them very politely if they could return to this residence some other time, and that discretion with this person was very important. Mia nodded, but Leon said softly how he was waiting for his mother inside. Wondering what the 70-plus-year-old mess Neal was doing out of her home, let alone at the current home of the burned new Canaanite, I gave assurance that I would escort her out gently. The couple nodded, so did their 2 children, and I turned the knob on the shack door, stepping inside and leaving the light of day behind as it shut behind Nathan. The air was still in the musty shack. There were no windows, but my eyes adjusted quickly to the several lanterns on the walls and hanging from above as I began to hear a soft conversation that took the place of the midday business of the market outside. When my eyes came to, the 3 guardsmen stood beside me near the doorway, and there I saw the burned man, Joshua, sitting on the rusty little bed frame against the back wall, wearing nothing but a pair of ripped bootcut jeans, and with his torso only half wrapped while the bandaged face of the man was locked in focus on the slim old woman in her rolling chair, Ms. Neal. The 2 had scarcely noticed our arrival save for a brief glance given to me by the burned man, before those eyes went right back to the woman. The guardsman beside me looked idly around the place at all the scattered articles of clothing, bandages, and various baskets from his time in the clinic. Nathan maneuvered over to a nearby table and began to idly organize and study the bottles of burn lotion, while the other 2 remained next to me. My ears entered mid-conversation, just to hear the old Miss Neal saying in her soft, withered voice, "There was nothing quite like that winter. I believe that was around the time I lost my dear Patrick, rest his soul." Joshua remained eyes locked on the old woman, slowly nodding concernedly here and there. If it wasn't for Bishop Black and Elder, Grayson, I wouldn't have been able to raise Leon out there the way I did. He was just a newborn then. She paused in recollection, then went on slowly after a silent moment. "Now, unless I'm mistaken, I believe that was the same year your parents passed as well. Those were hard days, even then. But I know now that God had so much good for me even in the midst of all those sad days. If it wasn't for that, I never would have become the orphan mother in those days, never would have had the opportunity to love all those babies and help all those families left behind." She paused again, and before the silence went on too long, she snapped herself out of another moment of recollection and gripped Joshua's leg. The man winced in pain, but it didn't show to Ms. Neal, and Joshua embraced it strongly until her hand left his leg and her face made a smile grow under the bandages. Meeting his eyes again, she switched moods immediately as a memory from those days struck her. "I never would have met you." She grabbed his leg again briefly, only to take it away as she went on jovially. "My, how you were such a happy baby. You used to love your favorite teddy and that smile you made when I tickled you." She paused, again lost in happy memories of decades ago, while the eyes of Joshua remained on her. "You kept that bear for years. Now I don't know if you remember that, but you used to walk around with him all the time." She muttered something, trying to recall another memory. "What did you call him?" Again, her soft voice lit up as she announced, "I remember Mr. Gappy. You loved that bear. I couldn't take him away from you even if I tried." The woman laughed to herself, and Joshua hung his head in humility with that smile still hidden beneath the bandages. "You weren't but 2 years old. Or maybe 3? When Bishop Black adopted you, I would always come around. I watched you when you were a little baby, seeing you grow up and become such a busy young man. Now I'm sure Judah never told you, but I think it was around the time you were 12 that I thought Bishop Black fancied me." The woman colored. "I fancied him too. So many years had passed since I lost my Patrick and he lost his Ellen. We went on a few walks about the town, but he was busy with the temple and I was too busy with the kids. It just wasn't the time. Nothing ever came of us. But Judah and I remained the greatest of friends all the way until he passed." Finally, Joshua said with a small croak in his voice after clearing his throat,
"No, ma'am, Judah never told me about that, but I do remember visiting with you all the time as I grew up."
The woman interjected with a soft laugh. "I'd hoped you would remember me, after all, when you weren't learning and studying tribal talk with your father. The bishop, you were apprenticing Mr. and Mrs. Klein at the bakery. Do you remember?" Joshua hung his head again briefly before stating in amused humility,
"Vaguely. It's been a long time."
"Miss Neal went right along. For 4 years I watched you pass my door on the way home covered in white and smelling just like the Kleins. I'd always wave you down and you'd always reply the same thing. 'I'm covered in flour, Miss Neal.' Ha 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 ha!" Her laugh died out, and Joshua was left with that smile beneath the bandages as he sat in all humbleness before the little old woman. After a moment she went on, "You were such a gentleman, seeing you grow into that handsome young man." Joshua added quickly in the pause,
"You're too much, Miss Neal."
Immediately the woman said, "And so kind too." She paused once more and then patted his leg again before she leaned back in the wheelchair and added, "I see you never lost that." Once more there was another long silence. almost as if everyone in the room knew what she was going to say next. Then she said it. I always knew those stories that came about you weren't true. Even looking at you now, seeing all those wicked marks, I still see that happy baby I met all those years ago. It likely wasn't more than a few seconds, but the moment after that appeared to last for far longer than the previous pauses in the elderly woman's recollection. With the woman's back to us, I knew the smile of rosy memories remained on her face, while I felt the face of everyone else in the room drop to one of dead seriousness as Joshua lifted his head once more to the old woman. The silence ended with a deep and dry,
"Sorry, ma'am, those stories are true,"
that came from behind the bandages out of a throat destroyed by barking so many horrible commands through the decades of barbaric tribal wars. The words were not hostile in tone or choice. They entered the world as nothing more than a mere fact. The fact that although he may have been the happy baby Miss Neal remembered, he was also the same man who orchestrated the butchering and enslavement of so many people during his self-imposed exile. Another silence lingered in the air of the musty shack as every occupant ran over what they had heard and what was last said. In the end, the silence died once more when the woman, as she'd evidently been one to do, patted his leg again and rested it there with the soft words spoken like the truth her age and experience of life alone could affirm. "Well, you're still alive, so the Lord's clearly not done with you yet." Joshua grasped the hand on his leg, enduring the pressure and pain it was causing to the skin beneath, for the gesture of acceptance was well worth the pain. The wonder of that innocent moment between Miss Neal and Joshua came to a terrible end when Nathan by the table accidentally dropped one of the bottles of burn cream he was idly stacking. The woman turned in her chair as far as she could and said to the room, "Oh my, there's someone else in here? Listen to me rambling away." I had no idea. Just then I stepped further into the room in view of Miss Neal, making myself known. "Hello all. Apologies for not announcing. My men and I were captured by your stories, Miss Neal. A wonder to see you, Paul. How's the family?" "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" asked the woman. I obliged the woman's outstretched arms and felt a wet kiss land right on my cheek before I summarized the status of my family and hastily said, "You aren't interrupting anything, Ms. Neal. Although I would like to have a private talk with Mr. Graham here whenever is convenient for you." The woman turned her chair a bit and glanced at the other guardsmen, who she would have recognized if they weren't too far away from her aged eyes. She still replied all the same, "I think I've kept my son and the family waiting long enough, so say no more, Paul." She turned further around in her chair, giving Graham one last look and a kiss she blew his way, as I gestured to John to help her along. As John took his place behind her chair and gently moved her towards the exit, she was talking softly as if I was the one pushing her. "With a departing, Hannah is such an angel. I hope you and Danny will send her to the orphanage for apprenticeship." I said, "That sounds like a wonderful idea. You take care, Miss Neal." The door opened and slowly shut with the woman's departure, and everyone left in the room gave a simultaneous, "Bye, Miss Neal." When the woman was out of the room, John, Duncan, and Nathan appeared at my side in the center of the room, as though they had teleported and were immediately focusing the entirety of their perceptions on the community's object of recent fascination. Joshua Graham. The man continued to sit where he was on that bed, and as the men to my side studied him, he turned his eyes to each of us as an uncomfortable silence flooded the room. It wasn't too long before Joshua broke that silence with an innocent,
"How are you, Paul? Hadn't seen you in a few days."
I stayed quiet, wondering what to say in response as my mind was trying to remember the reason I was here. My eyes were fixed on the small flap of bandage wrap sitting in a little pile on the right side of his half-wrapped torso. Nathan answered instead with a question, "Need some help wrapping that?" Evidence that his eyes were also focused on the same non-important things that I was. I continued to think of why I was here with these three when Joshua replied to the guardsman unknown to him,
No, I think I'm all right. Thank you for offering, though."
Nathan thought aloud, "Your voice is deep. Was it always that deep?" The question fell on the deaf ears of everyone in the room, including Joshua, who I think purposely ignored it. However, the irrelevance of that question seemed to spark something, and I remembered why I was here. I immediately said to Joshua, I'm here on behalf of the Constable and Bishop Mordecai to ask about... Instantly I was cut off with the 3 guardsmen beside me all deciding to clear their throats in unison. There I remembered common courtesy that I shouldn't have even needed to conduct in the first place, as this interview was supposed to be done solo. The interruption made me relent, and I took a step back, gesturing to each man as I said, "Mr. Graham, this man is the second of my detachment, John Langdon. The man beside him is Mr. Duncan Schmidt of Lieutenant Doyle's detachment. And the man on my left here who was knocking over your possessions is another one of mine, Mr. Nathan Porter." The guardsman replied shortly, save for Nathan, who said, "I go by Nate mostly." Graham nodded at each man as I pointed them out, and then another awkward moment of quiet ensued. The moment was short, however, and before too long, Joshua returned his attention to me, asking once more,
"What can I do for the Constable and Bishop?"
The question made me remember it in an instant, and with a brief glance at the guardsman beside me, I recalled the words of my commander and the bishop. Although the secrecy of the information I was required to obtain was still up for debate, I knew inside that this chat was to be a private one. Seeing the eyes of the guardsman still intensely focused on the bandaged man atop the bed, I said to Mr. Graham lowly, "I need to discuss the matter in mind with you alone." The eyes of the guardsman never left Joshua, but the burned man nodded in apparent understanding before he addressed them.
"Men, I would like to address Mr. Young's concerns in private, but I can spare a moment to answer any questions you may have."
Before he could finish, the 3 of them made an incoherent noise before I beat all of them to it by loudly saying, "Each of you gets 1 question. Nathan, we'll start with you. 1 at a time." John and Duncan shut their mouths as Nathan immediately asked, "How did you like the gift bucket?" Joshua sat up further and let out an extra breath that could have been a laugh. He took the ball of bandage and began finishing the wrapping job as he asked plainly,
"Which one was yours?"
I heard John mutter to himself how Nathan stole his question, but Nathan explained, "It was the one from my pal here, Mr. Langdon, as well as Mr. William Ramos and Carl Northrup. The tag had Lieutenant's name on the card too, but he didn't do any of the shopping." Accompanying a light nudge in my side, Nathan addressed me, "Sorry, Chief." Between the slit and the bandages around his head, Joshua's eyes went to a nearby table where he remembered the gifts in this particular gift bucket referred to. Joshua said,
"I appreciated it. The .45 ammo and gecko jerky was very thoughtful. I don't have much use for the ammo, for I have no weapon in my possession or intent to get one. Still, the ammo can help me pay for food when the baskets run out, so thank you very much."
Nathan said, "You're welcome, sir. But don't forget about that salt too. It's great for preserving, and that stuff was hard to come by, but I hope you make great use of the lighters and cooking cups too. Those were mine," said Nathan somewhat sadly at the end, having his contributions go ignored by the burned man. After another short pause, John was about to speak when Nathan added hastily, "Oh, and try to save a few of those bullets. Me and the boys are saving up to get you." I jumped in. "All right, that's enough, Nathan." Still focused on the gift of ammunition, and then the latter part, John was whispering in my ear how they got the ammo from their own stock. And although that was nice to hear, I wasn't sure how to handle the idea of my guardsmen deciding they'd apparently taken it upon themselves to arm the man our community has only just welcomed back. I decided I'd talk to them about such ideas later, but for the moment, all I could do was turn to John and say, "John, your question, go." He halted his whispered assurances abruptly, turned to Graham, stone-faced, and asked a question I'd been wondering for a while myself. "So, when you recover, what are you going to do? You going to stick around, move into town, or move on to somewhere else?" The room dropped to an even more dead silence than at any previous moment. The burned man leaned back and continued to touch up his torso's wrapping as he thought. At last, he looked back up and said,
"That's a question I've been getting often from my visitors, and as I have said to them, I can only say that I am not certain."
He paused, looking at each of our faces, lingering a bit longer on the questioner before he explained further.
"On my way here, I considered only visiting a short while before departing into the wilderness long before anyone ever found out my name. A plan I might still act upon, but one that's losing its desire to be."
He paused again, focusing on me as he addressed John.
"Truly, it's what your commander did for me that night in the temple. The confession I made to him and our Lord, and what happened with everyone afterward. that is fast removing my will towards my prior inclination.
I felt each of the men look briefly at me before their eyes went back to him. As this happened, Graham looked back to John and said,
"With all that has happened in such a short time, I think."
He paused, then swallowed, as if fighting back a recurring storm from a terrible past, and with the memory of what a bright new day looks like.
"I think I would like to stay. What I will do to make up for how I've already been received, I'm still figuring that out. Rest assured, however, I will offer up any of my abilities when I learn what they are. I just need to recover a little more and collect my strength."
John unexpectedly gulped and wiped something from his eye at the man's words as he choked out in forced collectedness. "Sure thing, take your time and get back to us." I saw Nathan glance over at John to see if he was all right, and my eyes remained on Graham. Unsure what to think, I said after a moment. "Next." The silence mentioned above was almost nothing compared to the one that came after the young man on John's right spoke his question. "So, I don't really know you the way these guys do, but here's my bit. Would you have come back here if you didn't get burned and thrown in the canyon? What makes you think you deserve to come back here, get all this kindness, and let alone stay?" Instinctively, I swatted Nathan in the ribs as if he were the one to ask that, but I already whispered my apology to the man as Joshua's eyes were locked on the young Duncan standing beside John. I could see the face beneath the mask had not changed. It remained cold and emotionless, as if the aggressive question was never asked. Even though the tone of Duncan's question was not delivered in hostile tone, it came as someone who still did not quite grasp the words and reality of what he hears every Sunday in service, or twice a week in guardsmen's studies. The silence persisted, and I could feel Duncan adjusting uncomfortably as Joshua's eyes peered through him and the noise of the markets outside became audible for the first time since entering this home. Still, the question circulated through all of our minds, and it occurred to me that I too was wondering the answer to this particular question. Perhaps a small part of every new Canaanite, perhaps even some of the ones in the temple that night, had that same question sitting somewhere in their minds, even if it was deep down. Why did he deserve to be welcomed back? Sure, I've done bad, I've sinned, but mine haven't been nearly as bad as Joshua Graham's. The question hovered in all our minds, maybe except for Duncan, who was likely more focused on how to appear composed in the lock of those flaming blue eyes there in the wrapping. Although most of us already knew our versions of the answer, Joshua ended this long moment with the only answer he could give based on the life he lived, and his experience with the question of, do I deserve the benefits of mercy for what I've done? Joshua Graham spoke the only true answer to that question.
"I don't."
Neither me, John, nor Nathan was surprised by this, and although Mr. Schmidt kept his composure, I knew even from where I was standing in the room that he wasn't expecting that. Perhaps he was expecting to hear something along the lines of yes, because Jesus says to forgive people. And although that is true, such simplicity doesn't account for all the horrors man can inflict and endure. It doesn't account for how much suffering is required for one to truly understand all Christ went through for us. It doesn't account for the enormity of all that suffering inside the world of man. It doesn't account for the entire testament of old or the long and bitter road that led to the arrival of the Son. Something as simple as that doesn't show the whole picture or why forgiveness is required in the first place. Looking back to the days of Moses, stopping to truly look at the world of today and bear witness to all the tragedy throughout the centuries is the only way of finally understanding the world the way it is, and how the only way for it to end is for everyone to just stop. Just stop. Let it go. Forgive so you can just move forward and not get mired in everything already done. What's done is unchangeable. All that can be done going forward is to go forward with the knowledge of what happened yesterday does not have to define what you could be tomorrow. All this began to take shape in the mind of all of us when Joshua went on.
"I don't deserve any of what this place or any of you have already done for me. What I deserve is to be ripped apart by dogs, to feel a blade glide across my throat, to be impaled, made to watch as my friends are pummeled into the grave, to be burned alive."
He paused, never taking his eyes off Duncan.
"I have been responsible for the end of thousands. I deserve to be killed in every way I have done to others, but my death would not be justice. I can't be killed by every means I've killed, That simply isn't possible, for I only have one life.
He paused, let out a completely defeated, but somehow amused breath.
Make that 2 lives.
He paused again, then met Duncan's eyes with an even more vicious intensity. Despite this, the rapt face might as well have been transparent, as I could see the understanding in his look before he said, penetratingly calm.
But I don't believe I know that I was spared for a reason. I feel that reason with every terrible breath I take, every painful word I say, every agonizing move I make. The flame burned a reminder into me that is not allowed to heal.
He began to stare at the floor beneath Mr. Schmidt, his words trailing off as his hands drifted to different parts of his body, and tiny specks of blood began to subtly dot parts of his wrapped body. All of us stared at the man in abject horror as the tiny red dots on his bandaged body began to grow unmistakably. Most remained small, but my entire focus was on one red mark in particular above his right breast that seemed to be growing faster than the others. The silence went on, and his bandages were soon spotted in dots of blood, and the one that caught my attention began to grow heavy and drip down his chest, merging with the other dots on its way down, and terrifying all of us beyond words as he went on.
Nothing can heal me, nothing can fix me now. I got what I deserved, and now I have to carry it.
I heard Nathan whisper almost inaudibly to himself, "What in the world is happening to him?" as the burned man was slowly becoming the blood-soaked man. I couldn't speak even if I wanted to, and Joshua's eyes returned to the young Duncan while the blood continued to soak his bandages.
I want nothing more than for the pain to stop, but it won't. All I know is that he's not done with me, but I need help. I don't know what he wants me to do, but I felt my life get burned away, my baptism completed. I feel cleansed, born anew, forgiven.
The blood flow had stopped, his bandages covered in red dots and streams, and the silence returned as he paused. His eyes fell to the ripped jeans, and even though I knew he had begun to notice his blood-dotted wrapping, the sight did nothing to change his demeanor. There his head hung for another long moment, and even though the dot on his chest never grew more than the size of a bottle cap, his body of wrappings was almost covered in drying or still dripping blood. The 4 of us were petrified at the scene, and all Joshua did upon discovery of so much blood was look back up at the young man who asked him the question that seemingly affected him in every way, including physically. There he said at last,
"Just because I'm forgiven, that doesn't mean I'm free from the consequences of what I did. I have been permitted to continue on, I know that now. And the pain will forever remind me of where that other path leads."
The last words came out like a plea for help, something that would have been a cry of agony if what he held inside hadn't leaked out in blood in place of tears from the eyes. At last, he looked to all of us, covered in bloody bandages, and said to us 4,
"I'll never be able to repay what he, you, and everyone in this place has already done for me, but I will try with everything that's left of me."
All at once, the world resumed spinning, and Joshua hung his head once more, apparently just now beginning to feel the pain of what's been happening to him. The blood-soaked man clenched his fists, resting them on his knees, but even that was agonizing for the intact nerve endings on his legs. Even if there were doubts about the truth of his conviction in the hearts of myself or the men next to me, what he said, and what he was enduring with every second of his resurrected life, was so painful that I knew in an instant he was telling the truth. He had been saved, and the pain of his existence would only push him onward, towards the one who saved him with a second chance. We all had a part in Joshua's continual saving, the same way he did in mine, and so the only thing I could do upon return to the reality of the present was take my seat beside him and help him with a fresh wrapping. The others were locked in near paralysis for several moments after Joshua was done speaking, and Duncan was the first to help me, followed by Nathan, then John. Carefully, I helped Joshua unwrap his torso, peeling away the bandages to see his scarred body covered in bubbles and popping blisters. The ruined wrappings were covered in blood and pus from the living reminder of sin that was his body. Duncan tossed me a cloth and a roll of fresh bandages from one of the gift baskets scattered about. Joshua took the cloth and began to wipe himself down while I continued discarding the ruined bandages. Despite the horrific state of the bandages, Joshua said to save them and that he could wash and reuse them. As Joshua wiped himself down, the brush of cloth against his skin was clearly as painful as almost any other action. But still, that didn't stop him. Nathan tossed Joshua one of the scattered bottles of burn cream, but it only landed in his lap and made him say softly to the room how he would apply it later. Other than his words of gratuity at our quiet assistance, none of us spoke other than him. John took the discarded bandages from the floor and compiled them into one of the empty gift buckets and placed a nearby box of detergent on top before placing the ragged container beside the door. After Joshua was done wiping himself down, he took the roll of fresh bandages into his own hands and began the silent work of replacing the old and destroyed with the fresh and clean. I helped cover his back, since his arms couldn't go that far, and before too much longer, his torso was completely covered once more as it had been earlier, with only his skinless arms exposed to the world. Miraculously, none of the bandages on his head suffered the random bleeding, and upon noticing this, I began to wonder, was there a reason for that? Was there a reason all those bubbling blisters began to pop when he started talking about his suffering? I had no idea, but before I could think much longer, the tone of the room had returned to at least some semblance of normalcy when Nathan, with his foot up on a stool, said, "You should think about double wrapping. Might help prevent something as freaky as that from happening again." The rest of us remained silent when, to my surprise, Joshua addressed the man with something like amusement in his voice.
Why would I do that? Summoning my blood could be quite the instrument of fright in the proper circumstance.
As my men and I took in the words, John asked in an instant, "You can do that at will?" Joshua was silent a moment, and I felt my face turn bewildered before the wrapped man answered.
"No, but how fine would that be?"
The men found themselves softly chuckling, and I found myself as well. Even in that short little exchange, I could tell inside that Joshua was going to be fast friends with the guard. All went quiet once more after the moment, and I noticed Mr. Schmidt had still not said a word since the question that seemingly sparked this whole episode. Then, at long last, the quiet of the room ended when I felt the eyes of Joshua upon me, and when I turned to meet them, he asked,
"Now, Paul, I understand you had questions for me as well."
I briefly glanced at the guardsmen still in the room and shifted my eyes toward the door. John, Duncan, and Nathan all wordlessly agreed to depart, and they did so with their final words of farewell directed at the returned prodigal. The sudden flow of blood coming from all those blisters may have been coincidental, but the reader already knows my definition of that word. Whether or not Joshua was killed and reborn at the canyon, or merely survived the impossible, the truth remained. He was here now. His story was not over. He emerged from the fire cleansed, forgiven, and with the aid of his long-lost brothers like us in the Guard, he now had others to help carry his cross and cope with the lasting consequences of his past. Chapter 8: The Coming Dangers. When the door shut behind my men and Mr. Schmidt of Doyle's detachment, I was left alone with Joshua, who, despite his readiness to answer my question, spoke first.
"How's your injury?"
I asked how he knew about the wound in my abdomen I suffered from, but he merely said he heard about it from some of his other visitors, when he mentioned which man of the guard had brought him that first night. Almost everyone in town knew what happened to me and my detachment the day of my most recent wound, but knew how the topic was one to be avoided because of the tragedy of that day. Still, his question brought the injury to mind once more, and I realized I hadn't thought about it in days. Since the night I had brought him to the temple, the injury was gone from my mind. It was the afternoon that I found myself in Dr. Franklin's little clinic, when I had that second stim-pack applied, and by the end of the night, even that tender scar was gone from my person, giving me no more reason to think about it. Just as Dr. Franklin and the constable predicted, that second stim-pack did the trick, and there was no sign that I had ever been shot there over a month and a half ago. Considering the question, I felt my hand drift to the site of the injury, and just as expected, the spot wasn't even tender. The site was completely healed, and I found myself saying, "It's all better now," as I thought about all the treatments Mr. Graham had undergone to seemingly little avail. He stared at me expectingly as I mentally compared the state he was in when I dragged him in from the wastes versus the state of his current self. From everything I already said, he was clearly in a lot of pain with every movement he made, and even though the sporadic bursting of blisters was new, He'd evidently had his ability to speak and move around at least somewhat restored. Noticing he was still looking at me expectingly, he didn't have to say it for me to finally address him. However, I recalled that he asked me if I had any questions for him. I had quite a few questions for him actually, but for the moment I couldn't think of any of them. The departure of the others left me with the burned man, and all at once the full clarity of the moment returned to me, and I told him directly with the memory of the constable and bishop. "I will actually have to skip my questions for you now, Mr. Graham." He saw that there was something in my mind, but only nodded his head and replied,
"There will be plenty of time for questions, as I hope that you and I get to spend more time with one another in the coming future. Now, you said you had something to ask on behalf of the constable and bishop."
Perhaps he knew what question I was to ask on part of my superiors, but hearing him make the request put me in a strange mood as I realized for the first time since entering this shack that I too was afraid to hear the answer. Once more, he saw this hesitation on my face, and there I looked deeper into his eyes before saying directly, "I'm sure it's no surprise, but with your arrival here, the constable, as well as the bishop, need to know." I had to pause, and before I could continue, I had to swallow. It might have been perceived as a sign of nervousness, and perhaps I was, but I remained resolute in my composure, as my mind subdued the thoughts of all this man had been through, what he had done, and who he had wronged to wind up the way he was in the current day. "We need to know, is there anyone who will be coming for you?" Without breaking eye contact, a brief silence ensued, and I was able to see his internal contemplation before he said,
"Yes,"
and let the word linger as my heart stopped for a moment. Just as we, and everyone in New Canaan feared. Just as I thought before I even confirmed the identity of that burned man in Dr. Franklin's clinic. The worst was true. He said it himself that his sins were going to be coming for him, and likely everyone who sheltered him. I thought back to what he said to Duncan about his being forgiven, and how that didn't mean he was exempt from the consequences all he'd done to need that forgiveness. Then the lone word ran through my head again, and I felt that something else was still hanging in the air during the silence. Without any more thought, I asked, "How do you know that? Did anyone see you climb out of that canyon?" He shifted in his place and broke our gaze to hang his head.
"I don't remember much from that day I woke up, or even the trek here. I don't know who would have seen me from the distance, or may have even figured who I was, but I was in no condition to make full sense of my surroundings, even up to the moment I collapsed near your camp that night. Were there people and creatures who saw me over those 3 months?"
He asked, and then immediately answered,
"Without doubt. Yet still, all living creatures appeared to avoid me like some spirit the whole way."
He paused, and I began to think about the stories I heard from Duncan and Carl that afternoon before his arrival. Duncan had only heard about the battle at the dam, and Carl heard that part as well. I reflected on part 2 of Carl's little tale he heard, about how Joshua's execution took place a little over 3 months ago, only a few months after news of the battle. I decided I would keep an ear to the ground in the coming weeks about stories of a lone man, ghost, or what have you walking the wastes, figuring that Graham's journey simply hadn't had time to spread amongst the tribals who may have seen him and paired the sight with the other stories of him down south. At the same time, I thought of his simple answer about those who would come for him, and I had to revert back, making his eyes return to mine as I asked, "So what makes you believe people will be coming for you if you say nobody has seen you survive?"
"Nobody that I could perceive,"
stated Graham before meeting my eyes with a new intensity.
"Although Caesar, or Edward, has never been one to investigate tribal tall tales that reach Legion borders. When stories begin to circulate that I survived, he will make exception. I am no ordinary case. He will make sure the work he started at the Grand Canyon is done, even if he has to send his forces this way to confirm a lone rumor."
My blood began to freeze in my veins as his words sunk in, and it suddenly hit me that I admired his admission of what he believed to be true. I hadn't thought that far ahead, but in hindsight, part of me believed he would try to water down the truth of what may be coming for him. Then he added shortly,
"None of that is even to mention people like NCR Rangers, spies, refugees from Legion raids, or even wasters looking to get famous by pulling a gun on Caesar's former legate."
At that, he was done, and part of me wanted to shout somewhere in the middle for him to stop being so honest. As lost as I had been in the past 40 minutes between listening to Ms. Neal and the way in which he answered my guardsman's question, the present reality struck me instantly. As my mind considered what exactly I would say to the constable or bishop, I asked him after the pause, "Does this change your plans of staying here with us?" I was thinking about my family, and the newly announced dangers possibly heading this way as soon as the continuation of his legend began to spread, and I again was brought back when he said directly,
"You tell me, Paul. As much as I would like to, as I've said in our previous discussion with your men, I will understand if the bishop needs to turn me away for the sake of the community."
Reflexively, his words made me chuckle, and before I could think as to why, I said, "You must not know Bishop Mordecai." I could see the part of his head where his eyebrows would have been even beneath the bandages. I thought about the coming dangers and didn't want to give the impression that Mordecai was reckless with community safety, because he wasn't, but I satisfied Graham's curiosity at my outburst by explaining softly, "Mordecai wouldn't turn you away, or anyone who's on the run, even if there was an army at your heels." My explanation again made it sound like Mordecai was reckless to anyone who didn't understand the reason for such a hypothetical event, but Graham saw the meaning beneath the words and nodded. Mordecai loved the persecuted so much that he wasn't able to turn away a person in need. I saw the message as intended in Joshua's face, and then he asked me what was not expected.
"Are you all right with my staying?"
My thoughts had returned to the coming dangers, weighing what their likelihood and scale would be. Am I all right with him staying? I asked myself. I had no idea as I reflected on what I had told him about Mordecai. Even if there was an army at your heels, would there be an army coming for him when the stories began to circulate? Again, I simply didn't know. If his suggestions about who would come for him were founded on supreme truth or paranoia, I didn't know. All I could think about was my family, my friends, and the community I loved and protected. Then, the present returned once more. There were no new stories about a man walking north from the Grand Canyon. There were no new speculations about such a person being the former legate who survived his execution at the hands of that wicked nation in the far south. For the time being, the present was all there was, and it had returned to me for the final time in the chaos brought about by this man's return home. I believe I ended up speaking for myself, the bishop, the constable, the entire guard and whole community of New Canaan, when I said to him plainly, "Just rest up for now. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. You're home now." He thanked me, and I gave him my farewell as I stood with a mind full of possibilities that the future entailed. Before I could even get out the door, I had already concluded that the future was too murky to predict and that it was best to leave it in his hands for the time being. Exiting the shack and into the blinding light of midday, I walked through the outside shanties towards the gate, knowing that all I could do was my present duties. For now, all the mysteries and intrigue brought about by Joshua's past, his life, and his legend were put on hold. The world was still playing out before my eyes, and I could no longer be caught in so much thought and recollection, while I had a large part to play in the here and now. The Lord knew what was on the road ahead and approaching the gates. I did so with the firm reminder to do so with him in my heart, while my responsibilities toward his children and my returned brother remained. Later that day, after I left Joshua's temporary residence outside the walls of New Canaan, I headed back inside and almost immediately found the constable roaming the streets between the tower crews. Upon finding him, I reported what Joshua had told me, and before he could breathe a word in response, I asked if I should find the bishop as well. All he did was nod his head solemnly at the news of what was expected. He honestly took the news well, and although part of me thought it would cause him to immediately begin rounding up the defenses, he took a long moment of contemplation on one part of the news in particular. Hearing that people would most certainly be coming for him was not good to hear, but the fact remained that there weren't any stories or tales coming in from the wasteland regarding Joshua's survival, and because of that, we were indeed safe, at least for the time being. All he told me was that he would find the bishop and update him on what I had heard, and told me to finish off the rest of the shift with my men at the gate station. Going back outside the walls, I entered the little concrete and sandbag barricade to find my men all there. Nathan and John had returned from their patrol of the market, and I spent the rest of the afternoon. With them, Carl and William Ramos. Carl and William asked what I was up to, and then joined Nathan and John in an interrogation of me, clearly indicating that Carl and Ramos were filled in on what I've been up to since going our separate ways. The rest of the afternoon passed slowly, and even though I was vague or tight-lipped about what I discussed with Graham after John and Nathan's departure, the four of them continued to speculate and discuss the man in their hushed voices as the sun got lower and lower in the west. Not long before the night guardsmen came to relieve us, I joined in the discussion between Ramos and Nathan after they returned from another walk about the market. The market crowds began to thin as the sun set, and the two were continuing a chat from earlier about what the burned legate would do when he finished healing up, breaking from my thoughts about what the next day would have in store. An idea from earlier that afternoon returned to me, and I asked, "Hear any news stories about our most recent arrival out there?" The four of them looked at me, not surprised or anything, but just out of interest. Nathan spoke first, saying that he heard a few of the traders near the central crossroads talking about the battle down south. I asked if there was anything in addition to that, without sounding like I was trying to hide anything, and all they said was no. Nathan and Ramos went on a little more, then getting diverted to other topics of discussion but leaving me with a satisfactory answer. I then glanced towards the eastern wall, following the row of shanties built against it, past the dirt paths, and crowds going this way and that as the people went to the outside inns or rented shacks for the evening. As I looked that way, my men around me each got lost in their own little conversations, and I watched the gates lower again to release the small crowd of new Canaanite landlords, each one carrying a long satchel full of keys and accompanied by a boy of the town with an advertisement sign ready to rent out temporary lodgings to the masses of travelers as the sky got darker. All was calm, all was still right. It was as if I could hear each of the travelers, tribals, and wasters going about their business, hearing their conversations. Then, with one last look beyond Western Path along the wall, I could hear those conversations in depth, and I knew that not one of them knew how only a few doors down was the subject of new stories, new legends, and stories that would most certainly lead enemies to our gates. I watched the streetlighters emerge from some of the inns and public houses with jars of oil, lighters, and wicks in hand to begin their duty of lighting the market grounds, and then the night guard arrived. When the night guard arrived to replace us at our gate station, me and the men exchanged pleasantries, but before we could leave our post and return home, Constable Hanshaw approached me again. Both the men of the night guard and my own stopped what they were doing upon seeing the constable, and greeted him in the formal way he so despised. The burly man made a few jokes to give the night guard something to smile about during their shift and then turned back to me, saying aloud for my men to hear, "Mr. Young, I wanted to let you know that I have passed word to the bishop about our discussion from earlier and—" He saw the question, "What did he say?" on the tip of my tongue but wouldn't let me get it out as he continued, "You'll be delighted to know that nothing has changed for the present time, although we will urge you to keep your ears to the ground and to be extra alert to anything out of the ordinary for the next few weeks." That was good to hear. Perhaps there were still reasons to fear the arrival of those hunting for our new fugitive, but for now it was good to hear that even the spiritual leaders of our home didn't feel the need to allow any panic or unnecessary preparations that would possibly conflict with the impression that nothing unusual has happened within New Canaan recently. The constable turned from me to the faces of the guardsmen beside me, and then addressed me aloud for the rest of them. "Don't look so confused, lads. Orders will be passed first thing in the morning clarifying a new update to market procedure." Then turning back to me, he resumed, "In the meantime, you'll also be happy to hear that I'm giving the go-ahead for you and 2 of your men to join Doyle and his scouts on that little investigation we discussed in the meeting earlier today. With that, I'm having you and Doyle set out Thursday instead of Friday, so pick 2 of your men to join you, and I give you and your selections the whole day tomorrow to get prepared. You will set out first thing Friday morning, so meet up with Doyle at some point and coordinate with him and—" Addressing all of us, he concluded, "You all have a great night." The constable left us with a salute as he began walking towards the Trinity Inn on the southeast corner of the central crossroads. And all of us, including the night guardsmen, gave the father of the guard a friendly "so long." As soon as the constable left, The men began badgering me to pick them for this expedition with Doyle, and I ignored them just to amuse myself with their pleas as we congregated with the other guardsmen of the day shift outside the gate. It wasn't long before all the other teams and their lieutenants were in place, chatting amongst themselves or greeting their comrades, and waiting for the gates to allow us inside. None of the greetings from their friends could distract them from continuing to pester me, and just before the gates began to lower, I said my answer. Even though I made it a point not to think about it and just answer at first thought, I knew I wouldn't choose John since I needed him to take my place during my absence. And so, I said, "Nathan and Ramos." Immediately, Nathan and Ramos high-fived and began rubbing it into John and Carl. Even though John was disappointed, it showed on his face that he expected as much, while Carl took the moment to kick some dirt and say how he never gets selected for anything. I consoled Carl by saying that I would choose him next time. That made Carl feel a bit better. Then I told Nathan and Ramos to be at my home first thing in the morning before muster, and that we would walk to the guard barracks tomorrow. I thought it might be easier to meet them at the barracks, since the two were single men who lived there, but neither of them protested. The gate landed on the ground with a dull thud, and the whole crowd of day shift guards entered the town going their separate ways. I walked with a few of the other officers who lived on the west side of town like me, while the majority of the guards went towards the guard barracks on the east end. I talked with a few of the guards about the meeting we attended earlier that day between the leadership of the guard and spiritual leadership. Most of them were just speculating about how often those meetings would be, then got to talking about some event or another that happened during the shift. None of them asked why I was held back at the end of the meeting, but that wasn't surprising since the lieutenants of the guard were the quickest to leave the room after dismissal. In the end, the small huddle of lieutenants I walked with dispersed to go to their own homes, and soon enough, I was alone and opening the small fence to our yard. The town's street lighters were still working on the west side of town, but the smallest rays of sunlight still peeked over the western mountains, showing me my family sitting on the front porch waiting for me to come home, just as I've seen countless other evenings after a shift. At the sound of the gate, Joseph stopped the game he was playing in the dirt with the neighbor kids and shouted, "Dad's home!" as usual before throwing himself around my leg to prevent me going further. Beneath the lantern light of the porch, I saw Danny rise from that wicker couch. Hannah waved subtly from her spot beside Danny, and Michelle pushed herself off the wall to approach me. I inched forward, and with one motion, Michelle cast Joseph away from my leg and threw her arms around me, saying, "I heard that the bishop himself is donating to my mission fund. Whatever you did, thank you so much, Dad." I embraced my eldest daughter, remembering what the bishop told me earlier in that meeting and wondering myself what I had done to warrant that kind of generosity from the bishop as I looked over her shoulder at Danny, whose face looked at me lovingly from the glow of the lantern light. I told her to make sure she thanked the bishop if she ever met him, and she released her embrace to sit down with Joseph and the other children in our yard, like the loving mother she already was in spirit. Approaching the porch, I embraced my wife and rubbed Hannah's head, while Danny too thanked me for whatever I did. Danny clung to my side and followed me into the house, saying there was dinner for me on the table and that it was time to rest for the remainder of the evening. As I ate, I thought about the day, remembering that meeting, and for whatever reason, my mind skipped over the talk I had with the burned man. Mr. Graham wasn't mentioned one time throughout the evening. Joseph had seemed to forget the witnessing role he played in Graham's return to Christ, and even though Michelle, Hannah, and Danny had asked me many questions about him since that night at the temple, all of their questions about him were gone, and I couldn't help but notice that fact long after the dinner. Hannah eventually came in, and so did Michelle and Joseph. Joseph busied himself in the living room while Hannah and Michelle joined Danny and I at the table. Michelle went on questioning me about what I did to garner such high praise and rewards from the bishop, and I guessed right alongside her, as me and my family got lost in conversation about the day and coming days. I spent the evening with my family, and after around 2.5 hours since stepping through that door, I kissed my kids goodnight and went to bed with my wife, saying that I had to get up early. My kids knew that I had to get up early for my shift with the guard, and telling them I had to get up early left me wondering why I even said that in the first place. I wondered why I said that too as I walked down the little hall to our bedroom, and as soon as the door shut, I remembered. Tomorrow was not any ordinary day. Tomorrow I was to get ready for an expedition into the wastes again. I told my wife this fact when the door was closed and she looked at me worriedly. Remembering the state I arrived in after my last expedition into the wastes, Danny almost cried. I couldn't believe it had taken me over 2 hours to bring that up, but it was a good thing though, since I only really talked about things like that with my wife. For their own concern, I usually left my children in the dark whenever I went on a scout or expedition. It was hard to see the painful memories resurface in the mind of my wife. She heard all about Evan Buller and the others I lost on that ill-fated expedition over a month and a half prior. She asked if I was even able to do it since I was still suffering that injury only a few days ago. I explained that I was all healed up, and even the scar was gone. I even went as far as showing her my exposed abdomen as proof, but that led to further questions about why the constable chose me instead of someone else. All I could say to that, after remembering what I could of the leadership meeting, was that I worked best with Doyle and his scouts. That was true, but then she asked if this expedition had to do with Joshua or Mr. Graham. To that, all I could say again was what I knew to be true. I highly doubt it. As I explained more about the expedition, what little there was to explain, my wife grew calmer. I recalled the meeting in detail, telling her that Doyle and some of his scouts were going to lead me and 2 of my guys out to some sort of idol, or totem, they heard about from some traders. It wasn't often that I was pulled to investigate such seemingly minuscule items in the borders of our territory, but she asked why I was needed in the first place for a thing like that. I remembered only one other scout I had under a similar pretext where I was led out to the wastes to investigate a totem to the southwest. On that occasion, we only found the totem of scrap metal and car parts to be nothing more than a new territorial claim from one of the indifferent tribes to the south. I think they were really a small raider gang calling themselves something like the Wreck Riders or something. When they saw our team approach armed to teeth and asking friendly questions, they said that they'd move further south, and that was that. Although I did remember on the trek back, hearing a few of the scouts under Lieutenant Herbian say how they'd come across other totems or idols on our borders that served as messages. One of the guys, Mr. Bell, if I remember correctly, said that one totem he found directed them to a camp where they were invited to talk with the chieftain, only to be told that if they ever approached their camp again, they would be killed. Mr. Bell said that they were only spared that day because the team he was on was so well armed. Other scouts recalled similar stories or verified the spoken ones. Some even said how there were gifts left at some, while others served as burial sites. All of this led to the conclusion: investigations of totems or idols within our territory could mean almost anything. In the end, I left out the possibility of hostile or dangerous situations when discussing the matter with my wife. After telling her the truth, in that I simply didn't know what the totem would mean, I eased her worries a bit more by telling her how Doyle said the trip wouldn't last more than 2 days. Figuring it would take 1 day to get there and 1 day to get back, it didn't even occur to me that I might be gone longer than that if we had to follow any paths along our investigation. I wish there was more to say to her, but after telling her that we were just going to check it out and reminding her that the constable would send backup if we weren't home at a prescribed time, her nerves were settled. Wiping what was left of her tears, she knew I was not any man to lie about anything, and that if I was comfortable enough to go, it would all go fine. Luckily for the both of us, she'd forgotten about how sure I was at the time of Evan Buller's fatal expedition. Maybe she did remember and just didn't bring it up, or maybe she truly didn't consider that. However, she kissed me goodnight and embraced me as she fell asleep. It wasn't long before I too fell asleep, but with my mind focused on tomorrow morning, I went to sleep with a full return to the present after such a chaotic few days. Although, as good as it was to be back in the arms of my wife, under the same roof as my children, and no longer plagued by the mental storm that came with Joshua's arrival, something still hovered in the back of my mind. We need to know, is there anyone who will be coming for you? And that single word answer that reminded me of all I had to do in the current and coming days. Yes. Chapter 9, The Totem. The next day. For whatever reason, my internal alarm didn't wake me up the next morning. Instead, me and my wife both awoke to Hannah and Joseph staring at me. Seeing my eyes open, the first thing I heard after seeing the freckled little face of my youngest daughter was, "Are you going to make us breakfast today?" I usually did that on Fridays before leaving for my shift. Although the kids appreciated it, they usually preferred it when their mother made breakfast. Either way, seeing how she woke me up when it was usually me who awoke the kids, my eyes darted to the clock on the far wall and I saw it was only 10 minutes past 5. Losing 10 minutes, my wife stirred awake and rose out of bed as Joseph moaned how hungry he was while I sprung from the covers and started getting my black cargo pants on. The kids left the room, and Danny did too while the kids finished getting ready for school. Michelle was heard getting ready for the day in the other room, and knowing I was usually at the morning muster formation 15 minutes before 6, I got ready much quicker than I normally did before remembering that today wasn't normal. Memories from yesterday came back, and I only slowed my pace when I remembered that Nathan and Ramos were going to be meeting me at my home. I wasn't quite sure when to expect their knock at the door, but I figured it would be around 6 since Nathan in particular was usually one to let a day of prep like this mean a day off. I was mistaken though, because I was in the middle of a light breakfast and the clock on the wall showed 5:32 when there was a knock at the door. Without excusing himself, Joseph sprung up saying he would get it and dashed across the dim little living room to open the door. Immediately we heard, "Hey kiddo, long time no see," from the blackened doorway, almost in unison from the voices of Nathan and Ramos. Joseph retreated from the doorway with his eyes fixed on them as they both entered to my surprise with large rifles and shotguns on their shoulders. Joseph was already asking them if he could hold one of the guns, and Nathan said, "Ask your pop," kiddo prompting me and Danny to immediately say, "No." Nathan and Ramos were greeted by me and Danny. Danny told them to make themselves comfortable while I asked them why they were armed to the teeth. They made themselves comfortable on the couch by the front door, both fighting the urge to put their feet up on the little wooden coffee table, and Nathan said he figured the first thing he thought I would want to do is get some sights focused at the armory on this side of town. Danny looked at me and I told them how I knew the real reason they showed up with such weaponry was because they wanted to feel like big shots and impress my 7-year-old boy. To which the 2 guardsmen hung their heads and Joseph ignored them. I was almost done with breakfast anyway, and I felt Danny's eyes telling me to get them out of here as soon as possible before snapping at Joseph not to touch the barrel of Nathan's shotgun sitting across his lap. I excused myself from the table and began creating a mental list of what I would have to do today, while I heard the soft sounds of conversation between the guardsmen and my family as I headed back to my bedroom to fetch my vest and armaments. We were still good on time, and the clock in my room showed it was 5:36. There, I zipped up my vest and interrupted a conversation between Ramos and Michelle about the mission, telling both he and Ramos to get out while I said goodbye to my family. The men complied. I embraced my wife, then Michelle, then Hannah, and pulled Joseph away from the window, who was still staring at the guardsman's weaponry, to embrace him. Such was a typical morning, and the longer farewells would wait until tomorrow morning. The tears and hugs were more time-consuming on the days I left into the wastes. I don't think the children pieced together the fact that I was leaving on another expedition in the following morning, despite the unusualness of my guards showing up to the door like they did. Still, it was always really hard to tell them where I was going, which was why it was always best to save the farewells for the moment before departure, and I left that morning wondering if the kids didn't at least suspect something unusual coming the next morning. In any event, I left Danny to get the kids to their schoolhouses at the proper time and was out the door in the morning cold, telling the men to follow with a head gesture alone before the clock turned to 5:40. Nathan and Ramos talked amongst themselves, and occasionally at me as we walked the streets of town, towards the guard barracks on the other end. The streets were relatively empty save for the few people who had to get to the farms on the north end as early as the day shift guards. I greeted the few we passed on behalf of us 3, since Nathan and Ramos were still talking softly and excitedly about the expedition they were accompanying me on. William Ramos, the newest of the guards in my detachment, was asking Nathan and myself about all that we were going to do, asking about what the objective was, what his role on the team was, how far out we were going, etc. I stayed quiet, finding it all amusing as Nathan played the big shot, and keeping the fact that he'd only gone on 2 other expeditions to myself. To my surprise, it wasn't until we reached the little courtyard before the guard barracks, and saw the day shift muster formation that Nathan and Ramos both asked. "Wait, what are we doing here at muster? I thought we were going to get sights at the West End Armory?" Looking upon the 7 assembled detachments before the 2-story pre-war office condo that was Ramos and Nathan's home, I reminded them that it was they who said the armory was the first stop for expedition prep. As they remembered it was me who was in charge, and it was me who had other responsibilities, I approached the gaggle of lieutenants and the constable standing before the formation of the 7 15-man detachments. Joining the group of officers, the detachments were set at ease, and there was low conversation filling the air around the formations. I was greeted, and before I could say much else, the constable's watch beeped, and Doyle said he and I would meet up after dismissal. Nathan and Ramos stood off to the side, holding their unnecessary weapons proudly like the special tough guys they still believed themselves to be, and I approached John standing at the head of my detachment in my place where he ought to have been. John greeted me, and I did likewise as I turned to the men behind him, going over the faces and removing my list of who was assigned what for this day and while I would be gone. Contrary to what may have been suggested thus far, I was in charge of more guardsmen than just John Langdon, Carl Northrup, William Ramos, and Nathan. The number of men in my guard detachment at this time was actually 8. I used to be the commander of 14, with me as the 15th up until last month when we lost Gavin Salazar, Roy Sutton, Dennis Gates, Diego Marquez, Rowan Tomlinson, and of course, Evan Buller. At this point, my detachment had yet to be replenished, and so my detachment sat depleted compared to the other 7 of the day shift with only John, Ramos, Carl, Nathan, Chance Rhines, Dean Parrish, Logan Barnett, and Oscar Savitt, with me as their commander. It should be said that the previously unmentioned names under my command are not due to any prejudice. I only speak of John, Carl, Ramos, and Nathan so frequently because I have attached myself to John and his squad for the longest. The men I talk about most frequently are the ones I have been with and been most familiar with in recent months. That isn't to say I neglect my other men. In fact, I communicate with everyone every morning, and even ensure they have everything they need when we aren't on duty. From time to time, I often change things up and accompany one of my other squads for a period of time, which is part of the reason that I was not with John and my regular men at the time of the expedition where Salazar's squad was lost, as well as Evan Buller. As I went down my meager detachment's ranks, greeting and inspecting the men one by one, I caught myself up with the life events of all of them. I took reports, laughed at the incidents described by those not in my regular group, and was able to spend much more time with them in this accountability routine than the other commanders of the fuller detachments beside us. Part of me enjoyed having a smaller detachment, and I would have enjoyed it more if it wasn't due to such an unfortunate reason, but I promised Mr. Rhines' squad that I would spend some more time with them after my return, and soon enough the formation's attention was called to the constable. I handed John my list of duties, and with my other men already aware of their stations for the day, we all looked to the constable in his casual guardsman uniform. As was usual, the constable said to all of us, "You all know where to find me if anything urgent arises. So, I expect you to keep us safe with a smile on your face. Have a great day, lads." It became evident that we missed the part where any new orders were distributed, like the one the constable said yesterday, that he would announce regarding ears to the ground in the market. Still, it was hard to think of anything foreboding or worrisome when the constable's usual dismissal was spoken. One of the officers shouted something to the constable that I was too far to hear, but it made the giant man laugh before he gestured for everyone assembled to depart. I turned around and shook John's hand, leaving him in charge as I went towards Nathan and Ramos, thinking about when I would get to do interviews with young men of the community for duties in the Guard. The other detachments all went their separate ways, some squads heading back into the barracks to get the heavy anti-material rifles for tower duties, or submachine guns for farm patrols or gate duty. Standing with Ramos and Nathan, I remember waiting for Doyle to finish up with his men and thinking about those interviews to replenish my detachment in the near future. I've seen certain members of the community tremble when they came near the gates and saw their protectors atop the towers with large rifles, or standing beside the gates in full battle apparel and machine guns with large drums of ammunition. I wondered how many of the community's more innocent people knew that those men with big guns and black caps with white crosses on them went to their duties every morning under orders from their commander to keep us safe with a smile on your face. How our tribal, traveler, trader, and wasteland visitors viewed the behind the scenes of New Canaan's Guard was of equal mystery. In the end, it wasn't too long before the small plaza Old World parking lot in front of the barracks became sparse in people, and Doyle approached us with the men he selected for the totem expedition. Since Doyle was leading this expedition while me and my men were just back up, I saw him approach me with an additional 2 hands than normal. Doyle stepped up, and we shook hands as his men, Hudson, Preston Lockwood, and Duncan Schmidt, exchanged pleasantries with Nathan and Ramos. The conversation was brief, and Doyle and I decided it was best to tackle our own prep lists and meet up for lunch. Even though a whole day of prepping for an expedition was hardly necessary and relatively uncommon, it was appreciated, and Doyle and I took our groups separate ways, agreeing to meet up at the Mills Creek Smoker on the north end when we were done before ending our prep with lunch there. Immediately, I took Nathan and Ramos into the barracks, and it was there that Nathan began complaining about how it was I who should have met them in the barracks since they lived there. I reminded him how they both agreed to meet me at my home. More complaints came out of Nathan's mouth, only to be ignored when we stepped up to the armory on the ground level and returned the shotguns they took out this morning. Reminding them that this was a scouting expedition, we kept the rifles and only withdrew 1 Thompson 45 submachine gun for myself and the appropriate ammunition, before leaving and heading towards the place that the two were hoping would be the first stop. On the other end of town, only a few streets north of my home on the west end, we stepped into the guard's armory there and obtained the sights for the weapons needed. It might seem inconvenient for weapons to be stored on one end of town, while attachments and the like are stored on the other, but the West End Armory was used for scouting preparations, had a small indoor sighting range, and a reserve arsenal in case something terrible happened to the main armory in the guard barracks. In the small metal building, Lenny Graff greeted us and gave us what we needed, asking us this and that, and helping us pass the time while we fit the sights to the rifles, and spent the next hour testing shots and ensuring that the sights were aligned properly. All this was made longer by the conversation with Lenny and the occasional group of other guardsmen who entered and began chatting about this and that. It would take too long to cover everything that happened, everyone I spoke to, what was said, etc. To keep it short, I took Nathan and Ramos all across town, Ramos more excited than anything, while Nathan remained bored at all the seemingly unnecessary steps involved in gearing up for a mission. After getting the sights requisitioned from the West End Scouts Armory, we headed to the Temple Granary east of the temple, where we got our field rations, stopped by the Woods Cross Outfitter on the north end for outdoor supplies, and then went to the south side gate to retrieve the supplies we sent a runner fetch from Dr. Franklin's clinic. We only sent one of the idle guards to fetch this, because we got held up with a requisition problem at the outfitter. There was more, but Doyle was doing the bulk of the procedural work, spending his time running around town letting this elder know this, and finding the constable to tell him how this elder said that, and that said this. I'd been in his shoes, and there was a lot of logistics that went into even simple runs out into the wastes, with the most important details being the establishment of contingencies. I wasn't aware on the day of prep, but while we were walking out to the site of investigation the next day, I asked Doyle about it, and the basics were this. Doyle and I's team were to set out in the morning, investigate the alleged site of the totem within the time frame of a day and a half. We were to follow any potential trails for a maximum of 10 miles beyond the totem site, and to send word back to the guard if more time was needed, or if further range was needed, in order to investigate thoroughly enough for a satisfactory report. Heading back to report was largely my group's role. The final detail said that if we weren't back, or there was no word from us either by radio or messenger by Sunday, a force of 2 detachments would be sent to retrieve us. All of this information had to be made known and sometimes signed off on by many members of the temple, as well as guard, so that the whole community's leadership would know what we were doing and where to find us if trouble arose. With all the painful work done by Doyle and his men, and when he was finally done with all the errands me and my boys completed in the morning, It was just before 11, and our two groups headed to the Mills Creek place for lunch. That place fed the farmers and ranchers on the north end beyond the gates, and was just about the best place to get a seasoned Brahmin steak in probably all of the Utah wilderness. There was not much more to say about the rest of the day or the lunch with Doyle and his scouts. I was somewhat surprised that Doyle was bringing Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Lockwood, and Hudson. This is only surprising because Hudson and Ray, the two men Doyle left behind with Mr. Mathers and I the night Joshua returned, were considered inseparable. This fact was mentioned by Hudson throughout the whole lunch, and Doyle was evidently tired of hearing about how much Hudson missed and would miss his friend Ray. When all was over, the plan was set, and Doyle gave me the rundown as he planned to have his guys meet him at his place in the morning, at the usual set-out time of 0500. Doyle said he would swing by my place to grab me since he lived only a few streets up from me and near the West End Armory. So, I told my men to come over to my place again in the morning so we could all head out together. And the group dispersed. Really, it was just me who left. Nathan and Ramos hung around with Doyle's men for a while longer, discussing matters only relevant to those who lived in the single men's home or guard barracks, while Doyle went towards the temple on the pretext of some one last thing he had to do. Alone in the streets, I headed home. The town wasn't too busy since everyone was at work or attending to various household duties this time of day. The Mills Creek place was definitely packed for lunch, as all the field hands of the North End took their lunches just before our arrival. So, it was a little past 1 p.m. when I found myself walking the dusty streets back home. The submachine gun slung across my back, not steering off any of the hellos or good days from the occasional passers-by and elderly people occupying their porches this time of day. For the most part, I was left alone with my thoughts, which remained more focused on my excitement for the upcoming expedition. Despite what happened to me over a month and a half ago, I loved expeditions, even ones as short as this one was projected to be. Like most new Canaanites under the age of 50, I get antsy when I'm around town too long. Where my other brothers and sisters satisfy that urge by signing up for a mission if they don't have families, us guardsmen always had expeditions, scouts, and mission escorts to go on. Either way, I was still free for the rest of the day and knew my wife should be home around this time. I had a mind to help her with some of her afternoon chores, errands, or even help her in the garden behind our house, since I was free of any responsibility till tomorrow morning. I would end up spending a wonderful afternoon with her until our children returned from schooling, and the whole evening with our kids turned out to be a great family one. Despite this whole day being somewhat out of the ordinary, the only thing that might have been noteworthy was along the way home. Just as I rounded the corner of the last street before my home, I bumped into Mr. Mathers. I hadn't seen him in days, and he wasn't even at the meeting between the elders and officers of the guard I attended only yesterday. We talked for a moment there on the street, got caught up with one another about this and that, and the whole exchange was rather uneventful, until I mentioned how I hadn't heard from him since that day I spent with him in the archives. Although I didn't really think about the burned man, I did remember the box I was told to get before he left for his meeting. There I thought about all those letters I read, and all the events that followed before realizing it has already been over 4 days since that night at the temple. Remembering those letters and his work in the archive, I recalled the last thing he said to me at the end of the talk with him and Mordecai that day. I only remembered it because somewhere in the conversation he said to me, "Sorry I couldn't meet with you that evening after we parted ways, but you don't look burdened or troubled anymore. Suppose you were busy that night anyway, so it all worked out. Still, I'm here if you ever want to talk or get anything off your chest." That was all he and I both had to say about the night Joshua Graham officially returned to the community. It was all he had to say about the man himself, or the incident at the temple as a whole. We went on talking about other things when he said he was busy tirelessly working on the ranch shack outside of town the past couple days. He talked all about the work he and his team were doing on Judah Black's old place, and it was hard to focus on what he was saying because this whole casual conversation left me wondering that original question I had for him after reading those letters. Why was he reading so much about Joshua Graham and Judah Black before the return? And did he know who the burned stranger was as well? I suppose none of that mattered at the moment. Joshua Graham's arrival in New Canaan was known to everyone at this point, and perhaps Mr. Mathers was just following the bishop's orders for the whole community of not mentioning the name Graham. It was either that, or Mr. Mathers just got busy with the work at hand. For that, I couldn't blame him, for I too was very busy in the present day. If not at the very moment, I would be tomorrow, and my mind was already in the expedition game. Perhaps I would have more time to discuss all my questions for Mr. Mathers at a later time, but despite my curiosities, the two of us were both in a hurry, so the talk was a short one. The deacon left heading to some of the elders he needed to talk to about his project, and I left going home, ready to help my wife and have a good time with my family before my departure in the morning. The next morning, 4:50 a.m. had arrived, and I sat on the couch, fully armed, fully equipped, and with a heavy backpack on while the kids were still fast asleep in their rooms. My wife rested her head on my shoulder, still not used to being up so early, but was only kept awake by her worry for my safety. In the darkness and stillness of the living room, I quietly assured her I would be fine or tried to steer her thoughts toward more pleasant things as we waited for the sounds of Doyle or my men outside. Another minute passed on the clock across the room, and my wife lifted her head, sleepily saying, "I'll go wake the kids," as she stood and departed the living room. There was no reason to fear anything on this short scout. From what Doyle mentioned at lunch the previous day, the totem his guys reported was only a few miles southeast off the South Road to the market up in the cliffs. The thing was apparently discovered in passing, and his scouts didn't have time to investigate further after the initial reporting. Since Graham's return, the community as a whole has been under a sort of lockdown. Not a lockdown in a really strict sense. People have still been allowed to go to and from the outside markets, but a few missions had been delayed, and other plans were postponed while word could pass to everyone about the importance of silence in regard to matters of the burned man. Once everyone in the community was made aware of his presence and residence outside the walls, and after I reported that he did believe there would be people after him, the only reason restrictions were lifted was because of the fact that there weren't any new stories about him or his survival from any outsiders. With the whole community knowing to keep his name out of mention altogether, this expedition was authorized, and business was beginning to resume as normal, so as to not rouse further suspicion from those outside the gates. With the slow return to normalcy after the strange few days, business would continue on, but with extra sets of ears in the market. Beyond the narrow hallway, I could hear my wife stirring the children awake, and my wife and I knew the secret of my departure had been kept when Hannah came running into the room, throwing her arms around me as tears streamed down her face. Joseph entered, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and more or less tamed by sleepiness, while Hannah embraced me, begging me not to go. It had finally clicked, and I knew why Hannah was so distant these past weeks. She remembered the state I arrived in after the last expedition I went on, and turned that fear into hostility or distance from me. It was all coming out now, though, and I held her to my chest tightly, brushing her hair and kissing her head as Joseph stood in the middle of the room in his PJs and yawned out. "Stop crying, Hannah. I already told you Dad's invincible. I bet Dad's gonna kill 100 bandits this time." Joseph trailed off into other topics, looking towards the kitchen for sights of breakfast while I held Hannah to my chest, assuring her I would be just fine and I'd be back soon, no problem. This went on as Danny returned following Michelle into the room. It might have seemed cruel to tell my children 5 minutes before my departure, but it was truly better this way. I usually needed a good night's sleep and to have my head on straight to wake up early and prepare for an expedition, without having to stay up till the AM consoling the girls. With Joseph already asking about breakfast when Michelle sat beside me to join her sister in tears, I knew I could have told Joseph at any time if it wasn't for the fact that he will repeat literally anything you tell him not to immediately. I could have told him last night that I was scheduled to die this morning and to keep the news to himself, but his first words would have probably been along the lines of, "Are you going to die in an explosion? Explosions are cool. I bet it'll be a really big one. It would take a really big explosion to kill my dad. Hey Hannah, Dad's gonna die tomorrow in an explosion. Tom's gonna be so mad that my dad is cooler than his dad." With Danny standing before me and my daughters beside me, crying their tears of worry into my shoulders or trying hard to keep it together, I held them and loved them the best I could in those few short moments before there was a knock at the door. The door creaked open at my whisper, and I stood to my feet, leaving Michelle on the couch and Hannah rushing to my wife's side. Danny brushed Hannah's hair while Michelle wiped her eyes one last time before straightening her sleeping gown in an effort to take control of her composure, and 4 men stepped into the room. Doyle and my guardsmen stepped into the room bedecked in their regular uniforms and vests full of equipment, each one shouldering a rifle or long gun with large backpacks on their backs. Only one of them was needlessly wearing the rarely used black balaclava, but this one had a large white cross painted on it. It was Nathan who wore the balaclava, and before I could sling my machine gun over my shoulder or tell Nathan to take it off, he was already doing so at sight of my family. Doyle, at the head of the group, tipped his cap to my family before addressing me. "You ready, Paul?" I was, and said as much, seeing Nathan Ramos and Mr. Schmidt beside Doyle and hearing the other 2 outside the house. I stepped toward the door, and Hannah let out a sob from her mother's side. "Don't go, Daddy," making me turn and see my wife's expression in the dim light, saying, "I'll take care of her, you just come back safe this time." Before I could give one last assurance to my wife and 2 daughters still broken, I saw Joseph standing in the entryway to the kitchen with his hand in a box of sugar bombs, as I felt the hands push me along and heard the voice of Doyle say, "Don't worry, girls, we'll get 'em home safe." Then, I entered the cold black morning, and hearing Nathan say to Michelle, "Don't worry, darlin', your pop is safe with us," instinctively making me reach back and snatch Nathan by the collar, promising that I would have no trouble jeopardizing my eternity to keep him and other guards away from my daughter. Nathan laughed, a laugh that was cut short when we entered into the street, and Mr. Schmidt blew past Nathan to take the lead with Mr. Lockwood. Then, away we went. We were mostly quiet along the way. The street lamps continued to burn the last of their oil, and the wind whipped by, causing Nathan to don his painted balaclava again. He fought off the hushed jabs from Ramos and Doyle, saying that he looked like an executioner. Nathan only defended himself from this by pointing out how cold it was with the sun not even a glimmer over the east. I stayed silent, keeping exceptionally warm by the boiling of my blood at thought of Nathan's attempt to be cute with his remark to my eldest daughter. I figured he was joking, since Nathan took enormous delight in making others uncomfortable, and being his commander made me no exception. Even if he only said that to Michelle to make me uncomfortable, I didn't appreciate the reminder that my eldest daughter was at the age where she would begin relationships with boys and soon have to fend off hordes of suitors. I kept thinking about my daughter Michelle along the walk to the south gate and was wondering if she was already involved in any romantics with any of the community's men. Being Michelle's father, I preferred to think about literally anything else, but it was all I thought about on the way across town, and a wonderful start to a day where my mind should have been elsewhere. I hadn't heard about any of Michelle's relationships other than the one with Devin Ewell, but she was 6 when I heard about that, and I hadn't heard anything about him at the dinner table in probable years. I figured I didn't know anything about my daughter's romantic life because I was her dad, and so I made a mental note to ask Danny if she knew more about that upon my return. With that, I inadvertently obtained my tangible reason for returning home safely. Strange as that sounds, it's the little goals we set for ourselves that mean all the difference in our day-to-day, and so my eyes returned to the present only briefly, until I remembered I was unfortunately in the presence of a few of Michelle's potential suitors. Now Doyle was married, which was why he lived just a few streets north of me as opposed to the single boys' home or guard barracks. I heard that Mr. Lockwood was engaged to the Tomlinson girl on the East End, so my eyes went to Nathan, William Ramos, Mr. Schmidt, and Hudson. Now it wasn't that I didn't trust or love any of the men in the guard, it was just that I felt and acted like a father to so many of them. Even though many of them came from families in town, me, the other lieutenants, and the constable himself saw them as our children on duty and off duty. I loved all who've been called to protect the community, and even though there were a few who I could have seen as potential matches for my daughter, I had an unspoken rule for myself that I wouldn't allow anyone under my direct command to be romantically involved with Michelle. Despite this, there were a few moments in previous months where I believed Michelle to at least have a crush on Evan Buller. Something that was made somewhat evident by how Michelle took the news of his death on my last expedition, and how Danny said she still visits the Buller family frequently to help in their loss. I thought of my daughter's face, seeing how pretty it is, and how she got so much of her looks, her eyes, her hair, and even the few freckles from her mother. Considering her grief in the days after my injured return, the fact she may have loved that young man I led to his demise made the face of Evan all the more tragic to me. No. In the end, if I could have saved Evan, and if he went on to marry Michelle, I would have loved him anyway. Evan, these men beside me, were my sons, and if I could get them home safe for women like my daughter, like my wife, I knew I had to do it. The rest of my thoughts were cut short at the crashing of the gate upon the sand. The sun just began to show its first rays over the east, and the market sat nearly devoid of life beyond the gate when Doyle said, "Lockwood, lead on." Lockwood nodded, and the 7 of us proceeded south down the road, through the market, and then further down the dirt path or caravan trail. We all remained somewhat quiet. Most of us were still fairly tired from getting up earlier than our normal duties required. By around 0600, the sun was sitting half above the eastern mountains, and the market was slowly getting busier, based on the soft sounds carried in the wind and brief glances that showed more travelers emerging from their temporary lodgings to go about their business outside the walls. We continued south down the path when we went up a small hill, and I saw we were about halfway to the old ranch home of Judah Black when Mr. Lockwood took us straight east off the path and into the wasteland. We continued east, and I briefly wished that I could have seen what was done to the ranch shack since Mr. Mathers started his project, and I thought about the conversation I had with him until the terrain took up the entirety of my focus. Doyle's man, Lockwood, took us further and further east off the path, a rocky stretch of land that slowly ascended up and was populated by more and more untamed vegetation. I felt us begin to veer more and more to the southeast, and the work was rough for everyone, but for me in particular since I had been on some form of light duty since my injury last month. At least the scar was gone, I thought, as I trekked up more rocks and around clumps of bushes with the others. Maybe around an hour had passed since we first left the trail, and all of us removed whatever items of cold weather gear we were wearing as the sun rose more and more. It might have been a little past 7 a.m. when even Mr. Lockwood and Doyle's other scouts felt as though they had hiked a whole mountain. The 7 of us congregated under a rocky and shaded outcropping atop a small ridge to guzzle some water. Hudson said something like, "I hate that bit. Up and up from here," between winded breaths. Knowing the stretch we were going was still even more uphill, me and some of the others decided to come to terms with how difficult the hike was, and my men took the moment to gab with Doyle's men, while I took in the view with Doyle himself. The 2 of us remained quiet, being the older men of the group. We were kept busy trying to catch our breaths, and remained strong in composure while we took in the view. Atop the small ridge, it looked as though we had only gone around 3 miles based on the distance to the south path, but we had no idea how high we had gotten based on how flat the land looked from this point to the road. I could see several tiny people going to and from New Canaan along that south road, as well as one long caravan of traders heading away from the town along the same path. Just to the northwest I could see the distant structure that was Mr. Mather's newest project, though it was too far to get the details I wanted to see earlier. I could see many people seemingly going around the thing, around scattered items that I assumed to be construction materials. I was still very curious what the elders decided they wanted to do with the place, and I'm surprised that didn't come up in my chat with Mr. Mathers yesterday. However, I didn't think about that long because the site just north caught my attention yet again. It was somewhat rare for me to see sites like this. Most of my expeditions took me west or south, with the occasional one sending me north. Being most familiar with territories west and south, the lands that way were much more flat, even descending as one drew nearer to the Great Salt Lake. Atop this little ridge southeast of town, however, I got to see something I'd only seen maybe 1 or 2 other times, New Canaan itself. Sitting there in what was probably only 5 or so miles to the north following the road, sat the outskirts of the market that was already teeming with life as the sun rose higher and higher in the early morning. The sun fell upon the market, showing all its structures like the little sister town it was to its walled big brother just north, following the main roads till it was buried by so many shacks and structures amidst the market ground, My eyes took in the scrap walls lining the whole settlement, dotted with small towers at separate intervals, to keep watch over the treacherous surrounding wastes. I thought of my men as the sun got a little higher, and showed what those towers were protecting just as the last of the morning mist began to clear. Though my home perhaps didn't compare to the stories I heard of settlements like New Vegas, it was hard to not be inspired by the reconstructed, repainted, and ever so cared for collection of homes and places of work built upon the ruins of outer Salt Lake City. The place was simply impressive, and the vast expanses around it made the place especially wonderful. Even from afar, it was truly hard to not be inspired, as the town of New Canaan was the only thing like it in that sea of wasteland around it. Where stories said the lights of Vegas attracted people from all over the deserts of Nevada, the steeple bearing the cross atop our temple in the heart of the town served as its own beacon for those seeking to escape the war-torn wilderness of northern Utah. It was too difficult to make out all the points of interest within the walls of New Canaan, other than the cross of the temple towering high above everything else. Despite looking like the town was packed together from such a distance, I'd known from living there my whole life that the streets were long and winding, and simply walking from the south end to the north end took at least 40 minutes. Probably even upwards of 2 hours once the day started and the crowds of inhabitants began their days. Still trying to follow that south road till it was buried by the gates, walls, and then buildings within, my eyes landed on the cross one more time before I took in the wide fields beyond the north end. The fields and farms were too hard to see all the workers going about their work at the early hours, but once more my eyes took me to the lands beyond the outline of the north wall, and past the fields. I can only describe the lands beyond the north wall as the greatest example of what was lost, especially when one sees the lively little paradise directly to the south. Beyond the north wall, the land turned almost instantly from vast brown desert beneath a baking sun to a light gray tragedy. The little hills and rising landscape didn't do anything to obstruct the nuclear mangled cities of Salt Lake City, and then Ogden beyond the rising mountains. Although the radiation had subsided enough to build New Canaan that close to Salt Lake City, the gray, ashy ruins of SLC were still largely avoided by the people of New Canaan and other inhabitants of the region. It was true that many we've had to turn away took up homes in the ruins of the city itself, but those people were few, and the city leveled by nuclear war in 2077 remained a mostly lawless ground for those who had nowhere else to go. Some groups of raiders have been seen roaming the streets of the leveled gray city, but most people of the wilderness, tribal or otherwise, still believe the place to be radioactive, thus keeping the vast expanses of rubble from the north wall to the outskirts of Ogden as little more than a great hunting ground or place to scavenge. Although Ogden has its own story, one involving my community, the place was too far to discern past the rolling hills, and my survey of the landscape took my eyes to that huge expanse of light blue and gray beside the ruins of SLC to the northwest, far beyond what I could see. The sun glimmered ever so faintly in the distant waters, and there I thought of all the times I'd been to the shores of those poisonous waters. As beautiful as the waters were from overlooks like this, the salt in that lake was poisonous even before the war that irradiated the world, and even though the radiation has too been largely washed away with the passage of so much time, the waters of that enormous sea has come to attract more of a new poison in recent years. I began to hear the drums beating, the screams of war cries, the screams of men like my own, and then the clatter of firearms as I stared at those faraway waters. But before I began to officially remember, Doyle nudged me with his elbow, asking, "Ready?" I met his eyes, nodded, shook the thoughts out of my head, and turned to the others as Lockwood resumed the lead. Almost 2 hours later, we continued to the southeast, up even more hills, and then across several long stretches of flatter ground. Walking those stretches of flat ground, New Canaan grew even smaller behind us, and soft conversations amongst the men began as everyone kept watch over the surroundings and rising hills. Through shrubbery and over rocks, the 7 of us were alone in the wilderness now. With the knowledge that nobody would come for us for at least 2 days if we didn't check in, I asked Doyle if he had his mid-range radio tuned to the proper channel. Doyle tapped the radio as a sign of assurance, and Nathan and Hudson halted their conversation as we made our way up another series of large rocks to another ridgeline. Around 45 minutes or so passed since our break before Lockwood said back to us from his position several yards ahead. "Found the trail, not much more now." I think he meant that the travel up rocks was not much more. Stepping on the trail, we were surrounded by shrubbery and dry bushes, and the path Lockwood was leading us certainly seemed to level out. Though we were still going up into the mountains, I knew that climbing over such difficult terrain was behind us, and so low conversations resumed. I passed the time talking with Doyle, talking about this and that, and later learning how this trail we were on was an old Indian footpath. Doyle's scouts used this trail often to get around the mountains of the east and southeast. It was actually because of this long-forgotten path that Mr. Lockwood discovered the totem on his last return from a scout. Though it wasn't impossible for someone else or some other tribe to have used this path, the scout said that it wasn't likely. Both me and Doyle began to figure that this scout was to figure out which tribe was using these trails and claiming them as their own. But that changed when Mr. Lockwood shouted back, "Whoever made it definitely wanted to speak to us." This statement captured our attentions, but Mr. Lockwood didn't explain any further, and we wondered how he could have known that when we remembered him saying how he didn't have time to investigate it on his way back. Doyle and I were too winded to catch up and interrogate him further, so we remained at the rear to internally speculate while the rest of the men continued talking to each other, as if they hadn't even heard what Mr. Lockwood said. About another hour passed along the ancient trail, and despite the steadiness of the ancient trail, the gradual incline was still taking its toll as the mountains got closer, and the descent to the open wastes and trails to New Canaan got further away. By this time, the sun was beating down heavily on us, and even though it was still the morning, the heat of the day intensified, and the hike with all our gear made the freezing winds of the early morning a fond memory. Doyle and I still remained at the rear, trying our best to appear as though age was not an issue in the presence of the young men ahead still softly talking amongst themselves. Even though Doyle was the leader of the scouts, it was evident that his part in scouting expeditions was not ordinary, as the occasional glance from him and sweat pouring down his face said that he did not envy the men like Mr. Lockwood who regularly used this route into the southeastern mountains. During a brief pause where I used my duty of surveying our perimeter as an excuse to face back north and suck in an exhausted breath of air, I could see the dot where New Canaan was and realized we weren't but 12 or so miles if I had to guess. I thought back to the fact that Doyle said the totem was discovered close to New Canaan, and before turning back to the group, said quietly to myself more than anything, "That liar, where is this damn totem?" Just then, the voice from Lockwood called back from around a bend in the path. "There it is, right where I remembered it." Instantly, I snapped back and caught up with Doyle before he rounded the bend. Around a series of short bushes along the path, we went and found the men wiping sweat from their faces, still talking, and sipping from their canteens while Mr. Lockwood pointed up to a strange object atop a cluster of rocks just off the path and about 50 yards uphill. Excited to see the thing, I recovered myself quicker than Doyle, who joined the men and began hydrating. I saw where Mr. Lockwood was pointing, and the man joined the others in their quiet, casual conversing. I was just about to join them as well to regroup before we'd head up there and get a closer look at it, but for the moment, I had my eyes fixed on the distant sign despite myself, though it was still a little too far to truly detail. The words of Mr. Lockwood entered my ears again in an echo. Whoever made it definitely wanted to speak to us. Up there on the rocky little ridge, his words indeed made sense. Sitting upon the rocks was not any ordinary tribal totem. What I saw was certainly intended for us, as the object lorded over us from its rocky nook, showing a blackened cross seemingly cobbled together with desert branches with something fastened to the center. Chapter 10, Checkpoint at Rock Shack. Several crows flew away from the arms of the crooked cross totem as we stepped up to it. New Canaanites did not mark our territories in such a fashion, and tribal totems took on all manners of shapes and appearances, but the cross was certainly made for us. The cross in the wilderness was not something tribals, even tribals we allied with and baptized, would use to mark their lands. Perhaps it was because of knowing what the symbol means, and how it shouldn't be used to anoint things as trivial as territorial bounds, Or perhaps it was because they did not want to be mistaken for the only other group that uses our symbol. It has been long known how that nation of murderers and slavers distorted the cross from its meaning as a symbol of hope and resurrection to the fate of those who defy Edward Sallow, or the man who calls himself Caesar. All tribes of the Utah wilderness knew that the crosses seen in the far south, or the far east marking the fringes of Arizona and Colorado, were decorated in the bodies of those opposed to Caesar's legion. But out here? Out here, the cross still had its true meaning, and why this was made, or what they intended it to communicate, was unknown in all ways other than who it was intended for. The totem was not cobbled from an old telephone pole, or fixed with the body of a disobedient victim of the Legion. Even though the fear remained that this totem might be an omen or perhaps even a new tribe allied with the Legion, a closer look at the cross made of a tall tree trunk and 2 long black branches protruding from the sides left us all wondering. The whole thing was burnt, as evidenced by the blackened state of the wood and windswept ash scattered about the pile of rocks keeping it in place. We all stepped a bit closer, wondering what this could mean, still knowing this totem was intended to be discovered by new Canaanites, yet wondering how we knew that despite the shape of the thing. Maneuvering around it, I remained uncertain what to make of the object until I stood in front of the thing and saw what was fastened to the center. Fastened by 2 small chains to the center of the cross totem was the blackened and charred head of a Brahmin bull, horns and all. "What's up there?" asked Mr. Lockwood as Ramos, Hudson, and Doyle looked at me from several steps away. Looking back down, I knew internally what this meant, even though I couldn't say it or adequately consider the concept I had floating in the back of my mind. Looking back down from the charred skull and burnt cross, all I could do is affirm what Mr. Lockwood had originally said on the hike here, and replied back. "It's definitely intended for us." My men and the scouts did good in their approach, keeping off the sand and ashy patch around the totem so as to not disturb the grounds. With my statement, neither me nor Doyle had to give the order for the work to begin. Mr. Lockwood and Hudson stepped forward towards the totem, studying the ground around it, and Mr. Schmidt walked towards the small path to the totem. My men spread out around the immediate area, looking off at the distant cliffs with weapons all set in comfortable and ready positions while Doyle switched his eyes from his men to the grounds around the totem. A couple minutes passed and all stayed quiet. I looked off to the northwest briefly to see the town of New Canaan sitting over a dozen miles and just above the lowest bushy ridge leading down to the ancient path. After another moment, I turned back to the men and saw Hudson pour a fistful of ash through his fingers as he muttered, "Waited too long. Wind swept all the footprints round here." Mr. Lockwood nodded towards Hudson and was about to call to Doyle when the voice of Mr. Schmidt called from somewhere along the trail leading to the ancient path. "I think I found some prints." The whole group proceeded towards the young man who stood in place waiting for us. The scouts approached cautiously to see if they could find any more, but then we stepped up to the young man who pointed out the faintest outline of a boot or shoe, mostly obscured by the beginning of the scattered river rocks that marked the edge of the ancient path. Something that would have gone completely unnoticed by anyone other than scouts like Doyle's was found by the young Mr. Schmidt. Having been the first to discover something of the kind, Doyle said to the young man, "Good work, Mr. Schmidt. You take the lead. Lockwood, Hudson, you two follow 10 paces in case he misses something. Paul, we'll keep a lookout with your boys." I nodded and motioned for Nathan and Ramos to take spots a few paces behind Hudson and Lockwood before Duncan began to take the lead. We moved slowly at first, following the young man further into the mountains of the southeast. It was slow work as Duncan studied for the footsteps, or what remained of them in the small spaces between the stones of the trail. Passing over the spots he studied, I couldn't make anything out, but still he led us onward, eventually taking us into a jog, as I guess it became evident that the footprints were following the trail. We remained quiet the whole time, not sure what to expect, if anything, and keeping eyes open on the rocky ridges and overgrown bushes whenever Duncan needed to stop and examine the path forward. Around 1 hour passed, and we were deep in the mountains, surrounded by rocks and dense shrubbery when Duncan stopped again. Except he didn't have to study this one for long, because we saw where we were going just as we resumed our watch over the surroundings. Up ahead in the distance, even further up the trail, was a nearly identical totem looking over us from the distance, and after a short break, we marched quietly towards it. Even upon closer inspection, the thing was identical to the first one. Same charred cross formation, made of a tall stump and branches, and another Brahmin skull. Nathan and Hudson speculated that it might be a new tribal border totem and asked which tribes might have claimed this area. The rest of us remained quiet as we all surveyed the site or kept watch over the perimeter. I was somewhat inclined to believe Nathan and Hudson, but had no idea which of our tribal allies would have made these. The only ones I could have thought were the Tar Walkers, but they were said to be roving southbound the last time I checked in on Duncan. Perhaps these totems were from a recent arrival to the area. Then I felt this second totem, and that opinion changed. The thing was still warm, although it could have been due to the sun that was now high above. I stared into the base of the ash and rocks beneath the totem, kicked some rocks aside with my foot, and saw the faintest glow of burning embers around the edge of the black stump. This was recent, and upon discovering the embers, I called to Mr. Lockwood. "Did you see this one on the way back?" He shouted back in a hushed but audible tone. "No, sir, just the first one." I took this in, thinking for a moment before asking, "Any chance you just missed it?" "No, sir. I keep my eyes wide open, especially in this valley," said the man immediately, gesturing up to the rocky ridges all around us, perhaps indicating experience with ambushes in this area. I believed him instantly, and there I confirmed the recent construction and burning of this totem, just to settle the point to myself that the glow of the embers themselves couldn't. I was about to reveal my discovery and ask for Duncan or Mr. Lockwood to begin searching for more tracks, when Doyle said for me and Mr. Lockwood to come over. A short distance from the totem, and jutting up from the bushes around it, was a rock that Doyle was inspecting. Doyle was looking at the half-hidden side of the rock as me and Preston Lockwood stepped up. The officer was still reaching for something when Lockwood asked what the issue was, and when Doyle removed his hand, he did so with a fairly large and folded piece of paper showing a large hole in the center. The others remained distant, keeping an eye on us and the surroundings while Doyle read the paper to himself, explaining the hole in the paper with the idle words. "Guys must have pinned it to a bush before the wind sent it behind that rock." Lockwood and I quietly took this in, watching Doyle's eyes continue following the print. After another short moment, Doyle turned the paper to us and spoke its message aloud. "New Canaanites, meet at Rock Shack near Deer Creek Reservoir. Follow the Indian path to the next signpost," written with a hasty hand. I took the message from Doyle, who was already on top of it, unclipping the long-range radio from the strap on his bag and extending the antenna, while Lockwood and I looked at each other. Doyle was already speaking into the receiver and stepping towards the rocky overlook with the words, "NCCross.com, X99, this is DM 077. The voice on the other end replied through light static, "This is Cross.com X99, go ahead DM 077. Doyle maneuvered closer to the ledge, stepping up on a rock for more signal through the mountains before saying, "We're following a lead, checking up on a new site. Marcus last location, Deer Creek, Rock Shack. Pass message to Lieutenant Herbian, may need assistance. Stand by for update estimation. 1. My men and Doyle's other scouts stood by, wondering what Doyle was speaking into the radio before I caught their attention with a gesture to resume their duty. Doyle continued on the radio, and then I looked to Lockwood, who was still looking at the note. I asked him, "Are you familiar with this Rock Shack place?" Lockwood shook his head, then answered coolly, "Heard of it. Never been." He saw I wanted more and went on. Me and some of the others head up this way frequently, mostly stopping at Walsburg, the resort town, before heading further south or east. I might have heard some of the locals say it's a smuggler's rendezvous or outlaw hideaway. "Are you thinking outlaws set this up?" I asked seriously. Lockwood shrugged his shoulders, wishing he could say for sure. "Seems likely." Glancing back down at the note, he added, given the note, "Whoever set these up could just be trying to lure some of our scouts into an ambush there. Perhaps capture a few for ransom. Wouldn't be the first time a thing like that has happened. Still, I doubt they'd try anything like that given our number." I nodded, remembering the occasional incident over the years where scouts were lured into a trap just because the outlaws knew that New Canaan would pay it. Something like that was part of the reason me and my guys were here. Outlaws abducting a pair of scouts in the wilderness was one thing. Abducting 7 fully armed New Canaanite enforcers was a bloodbath waiting to happen if that was the true intent of whoever made these totems. Just then, I heard Doyle push the antenna back into the radio from behind me and mentally agreed with Lockwood's assessment. Then something clicked and I said to Lockwood, if their intentions are hostile, even to a group our size, it seems like they could have overtaken us at any point along the trail. The two of us looked around the valley and tall mountains towards the innumerable places outlaws could have ambushed us from since we started up the ancient trail. Something else, maybe? Lockwood looked to Doyle approaching us and said, either way. Then Doyle breezed past us, saying what Lockwood was about to say. Weapons loaded, boys. Never been to Rock Shack, but it's best to stay ready, so keep an eye out. Without another word, I unslung the Thompson from my shoulder, ensured there was a bullet in the chamber, and the rest of the men did likewise as Doyle took the lead. No need for a tracker. All of us set off further up the trail, eyes open for another totem or outlaws that might want to get the jump on several New Canaanites walking deliberately into their possible trap. We walked along, eyes up and searching every ridgeline or dense clump of brush, and conversation was kept minimal while we went further into the mountains. Along the way, Doyle announced in a hushed tone for everyone that he asked New Canaan for backup and said that Lieutenant Herbian's scouts were on standby and ready to head our way if needed. All we were going to do now was follow this trail, investigate any other totems set up out here, and try to observe this rock shack place that the note mentioned from afar. An hour and a half later, the group of us had reached another totem, just like the other ones we passed on the way up the ancient trail into the mountains, except for one detail. This one was still smoking, just off the left-hand side of the trail that Lockwood said was the point before the descent to Walsburg was the smoking totem, this time with something else beside it. Painted on a board right in front of the totem, and spared from the recent flames, read the words, "This way to Rock Shack." We stopped again for another breather and to assess the surroundings, and I wasn't the only one studying the arrow on the sign, pointing to a barely visible path through the surrounding brush. Doyle stepped away to give his update over the radio, and the silence was broken when Ramos resumed a conversation that ended at some point along the trail. So, we're going to wait on backup from Herbian's scouts? I shook my head, recalling what Doyle eventually said to me along the hike. We're going to check the situation before they get here. They'll lend a hand if we're caught in an emergency or if we need to use force. You mean they'll be here to bury us afterward? Asked the young Duncan. Everyone glared at him for that, myself included, as I answered him. I hope it doesn't come to that, but so long as we stay cautious, we won't get caught up in anything we can't handle. A momentary silence ensued before Hudson said, They probably would have taken some shots at us by now if they meant to do that. Clearly they've been watching us the whole time, as evidenced by this one here. Hudson gestured to the still smoking totem nearby, and Lockwood said, If it were just one of us scouting, they could have killed us. Not many outlaws are dumb enough to try and take a party like ours, unless they knew they could take us from some of them ridges we passed. Either way, thank you Paul and company for joining us out here. Nathan acknowledged the thanks with a "You're welcome," and me and Ramos nodded same, despite the hint of sarcasm in Lockwood's tone. Lockwood was right. A small show of force was the primary reason me and my men were here on this scout. The 7 of us, fully armed and ready, were enough to dissuade any small raiding party, tribal or otherwise, from attacking something like a lone New Canaanite scout team. The truth still remained that if their intentions were truly hostile, a skilled enough group could have taken us out along the way. So, as long as we weren't walking into an entire warband, we were going to most likely be all right if we proceeded onward towards the makers of these totems. Agreement was met amidst the group, although Duncan still wasn't as optimistic as me or his comrades in Doyle's scouts, and asked nobody in particular after a moment. So, we walk into the den of whoever made these messages for us, and ask them why they wanted to speak with us in such a remote location. And after communicating their invitation through burning crosses decorated with crucified Brahmin heads, the young man was rather annoyed, and perhaps even shocked when Lockwood and I said, "Yep," or observe them from afar till backup gets here," said Hudson. Ramos nodded silently, still more focused on keeping himself collected since this was his first scout. Then Nathan said to me, "Don't forget to ask them to change their totem designs, Lieutenant. I find a cross displayed in such a fashion rather offensive." Some of the others chuckled, and Duncan was still noticeably frustrated, leading Hudson to say, "You seem worried, Duncan. Where's all that bravado I've seen of you on other scouts?" Duncan only said, "I'm not worried, I just don't feel like walking straight into a trap today." Ramos, having collected his own worries to the point of speaking, managed to ask, "Why not?" We all knew where Ramos was going with this and knew to play into it wholly when Duncan said the obvious answer to such a question, "Because we could die?" "And what's so bad about dying?" I asked, almost unable to completely hide my smirk. Duncan looked to all of the faces around him for answers that wouldn't reveal themselves. Then Nathan said with a loud breath, "Oh, I get it. Duncan's only worried because he isn't baptized yet." Everyone else let out loud breaths of realization as well, and Hudson said, "So that's why he's scared of walking into a trap." Then pointed to a clear little puddle off the trail. "Well, hey, we can baptize you in that puddle there as soon as Doyle's done on the radio if you want, Duncan." Duncan again looked at all the faces around him, not sure if we were joking or not about our casual attitudes towards the prospect of dying in an ambush. Hudson lamented, "Poor Duncan. His baptism was supposed to happen this Sunday, but he didn't make it after following his friends into that trap near Rock Shack." Nathan said, "I'm looking forward to getting killed in the ambush. I'll take heaven over this wasteland any day." The others chuckled at the casual statements about the ultimate reward after terrible deaths, and each was said in such a way that kept the look of frustration firmly on the young scout's face. Even my boy William Ramos joined in by saying how he was looking forward to meeting Jesus so soon. We set out for Rock Shack and ended up in heaven. "Not a bad ending to the story of us," said Hudson, only to be interrupted by Lockwood. "Well, except Duncan here." Duncan's face remained the one of someone left out of a joke, but just then, all our snickering ended when Doyle stepped up to us and said to me, but loud enough for all to hear, "Herbie's on his way. He and his boys will be here in a few hours, but we're still going to check it out, so gear up." I nodded, and the rest of us nodded too, save for Duncan, who was still unsure if we were truly joking about everything we were saying. He found out our dismissiveness towards death wasn't really a joke when I overheard Hudson lean over to him and say as we were gearing up, "For real, though, we can do that for you before we go further," referring to the offered baptism. I didn't hear what Duncan said exactly, but the answer was a somewhat hesitant no, and that small puddle remained undisturbed as our group began slowly north off the ancient trail and into the brush surrounding the trail to Rock Shack. Chapter 11. It's a Sin to Tell a Lie. We moved slowly off the ancient trail along the obscured path through the brush with weapons at the ready, although it was difficult to keep along the path through all the dried bushes, rocks, and boulders. We kept our eyes up and along all the cliff ledges off to our left. We must have moved along for about 10 slow minutes until we started seeing trash, wrappers, and other scrap in the bushes, until we rounded a rock formation to our left that seemed to drop off. Although it wasn't the end of the road, we were right along the cliff and looking right out over the Deer Creek Reservoir. The water glimmered in the midday sun, sitting in the bottom of the valley with high mountains and cliffs all around it. Off to our right, and perhaps 5 or more miles away, sat the distant collections of buildings marking the small town of Walsburg, built in that derelict resort. It was too far to make out any people, but the steep descent where the ancient trail continued on at our rear was buried in the brush along the cliffs leading down to Walsburg. Still, we couldn't admire the view for long, because our attention was turned to where the path continued. The path leading to Rock Shack was nestled firmly against the edge of the cliff we stood upon, dropping down about 400 feet and then toward the shores of the reservoir. Doyle led us along the trail, and I remained right behind him as we proceeded on one at a time. The path was only about 3 shoulder widths wide, so we filed along one at a time, keeping distant of the edge and ignoring the view before us. We must have moved along for around 5 minutes before Doyle disappeared behind a rock face and said, "So much for that idea. Looks like we're welcome here, but weapons up, friends." A second or two later, I rounded the same rock and saw what he was talking about. A brief glance back showed the rest of the group was wondering what was up ahead, but still holding their weapons ready. Following Doyle, I knew what he meant when my eyes saw the clearing. The cliffside path ended about 50 yards ahead at the base of a flat clearing where a small, scrap-built shack stood. Surrounding the structure, in that hidden little nook, was an enormous amount of trash and scrap, cluttering the whole area between the drop down to the water and the tall mountain we were currently traversing. Although the little mountainside hideaway was unfortunate to look at, it was the people around it that appeared even more unfortunate to me. Doyle was right. We did appear to be welcome, as evidenced by the two men standing atop the piles of trash waving us down with one hand, while rifles were gripped in the other. Doyle, more focused on the narrow path around the cliff face, gave a little wave towards the waving figures in an effort to relay our own friendly intentions. I did so as well, giving another brief glance behind to see the rest of the team make that last turn around the rock before seeing the same little mountainside shack and its armed occupants. Moments later, Doyle and I stepped upon the broad opening away from the cliffside path and were better able to make out our new friends as the others finished the last stretch of the trail. We were on solid ground, all right, with the rocky cliffs down to the waters of the reservoir 20 yards on our right, and a silent wind being the only sound between us and the unknowns. The men who waved at us stood in their place atop the little piles of scrap around the shack, and up ahead near the door to the shack was a huddle of 4 men conversing amongst themselves. As Hudson, then Nathan, stepped up, even Nathan didn't feel the need to remark how Doyle's initial plans to observe from afar were forfeited. Instead, the men congregated beside or behind us, while my eyes remained fixed on the distant group of men in front of the shack. I saw the knee-length ratty gray coat and black wide-brimmed flat cowboy hat of the distant man with his back to us and remarked aloud, "It ain't tribals." My words expectedly went without response from Doyle, while the last footsteps of Ramos came to a stop behind me, and my eyes went to the nearest man of this unknown party. Atop the husk of an automobile half buried by trash and debris of every description, I met the eyes of one of those men who waved at Doyle and I. An athletic and dirty frame of a man wearing a black tank top, black cargo pants, boots, and an assortment of bandoliers and ammunition pouches across his chest, looked at me through his sunglasses. Raising the black military carbine up to rest it on his hip, he wiped the sweat from the base of his short mohawk, leaving a streak of pale skin in the sunlight that showed how dirt-covered he really was. He didn't look at me for long, appearing almost disinterested as he turned away to face the waters and scenic view of the reservoir. My eyes went to the other man atop the pile, and although he, as well as the others around the shack, were differing in appearance and garment from the man I detailed, all of them were armed very well, and all I could tell was that they were not tribals. Without even having to say it, my men fanned out and made a line beside Doyle and myself just before the group of men around the shack dispersed. The man in the gray coat and black shoulder-wide cowboy hat turned straight around towards us, and 2 more armed men exited the shack when Doyle said softly for everyone in our rank to hear, "Scavvers, smugglers, mercs, or raiders. Guns at the ready." We all wordlessly agreed and remained motionless, while the man in the gray coat stepped towards us down a vaguely outlined path in the debris scattered all over this cliffside nook. The 2 men atop the rubble piles hopped down to approach beside their apparent boss, and we stayed put. Making note of every potential danger, I added to Doyle's remark, "I count 8. Doyle and the others stayed silent as we looked at the stranger approach until he was about 20 feet distant. Once there, the stranger in the coat stopped, and further study showed he was equally dirt-covered and weather-beaten as his compatriots standing on his flanks or lazing about around the shack. He looked at all of us through dark shades, and the silence went on until his mouth, covered by the short brown hairs of a patchy beard, turned into a wide grin that shined pearly white teeth at us. At last, the stranger spoke. "Come on, fellas. Come join us round the fire." Immediately, the stranger turned back around, whistled to his men on the flanks for them to relax, and Doyle looked back at me as though to say, "Let's both take the lead here." I nodded at Doyle and made a gesture to the others to follow along as Doyle and I led the way up to the shack. Stepping over the scattered debris and past the first closest scrap pile, I took note of the members of the armed party, all lounging about a fire off to the right of the shack door. while 2 others stood off to the left, talking amongst themselves and eyeing us with weapons lowered. It was almost as if the strange group were welcoming a few strays or even comrades in from the wastes. They were almost completely indifferent to our presence in the first place. Save for the man who approached us, the stranger in the dirty black hat and gray coat led us closer to the shack and took his place leaning against the door to face us, and once he did, we stopped. With 5 men relaxing near the fire on our right, and 2 on the left standing distantly eyeing us, we stopped once more when we were but 20 feet from the man in the wide hat. He grinned at us once more from behind those shades and then said, "Can I get y'all something to eat? Trip out here must have been long." Some of us were hungry, myself included, but even though I felt some of the men like Hudson, Ramos, and Nathan about to take the man up on the offer, Doyle took the lead and silenced any possible words from the others when he spoke up. "Who are you and why did you lead us up here with those totems?" The man lifted his hat and chuckled. "Totems, huh? I guess that's one word for them." I preferred the word sign, but what did you think of them? Pretty crafty, wouldn't you say? I thought about the signs we'd been following all morning and thought of what they were supposed to mean. A burnt cross with a bull's skull fastened in the middle definitely got our attention, even if the other ones didn't have signs saying they were intended for New Canaanites. The design of the totems were clearly made in such a way that this man felt the need to point that out on introduction, and the only feeling I got from the statement was that the design was an ominous one, despite the apparent friendliness of the armed strangers. Doyle must have been considering these facts as well, because the scout leader beside me only sternly repeated his question in response. "Who are you and why did you want to speak to us?" The grin on the gray-coated man grew wider before he said coolly, "You don't recognize me, Doyle? It's me, Tom Cade." The name meant nothing to me but surprised me in how it was supposed to mean something to Doyle. The stranger Tom Cade gestured to one of the men by the fire. "Hey, Bent, Doyle don't recognize us, but hell, I told you they'd send him." The one sitting atop the box called Bent reared his head up and patted the assault rifle between his legs, saying, "Guess I owe you 10, Cade." I wasn't alone on our side of the talk that wondered how Doyle was familiar with these 2 men of this gang when the coated man under the wide black hat called Tom, or Cade, went on. "Been quite a while, so I'm not surprised you didn't recognize me. How long's it been? Year and a half, 2 years, something like that?" I asked very quietly. "How you know these men, Doyle? They safe or what?" Doyle had been a member of the Guard his whole life since returning from mission at 18, so I knew he wasn't a former raider or mercenary or scaver in a past life. The question of how he knew them was especially curious to me as well as the others, and so I was all ears knowing it was Doyle who would be taking the lead. Doyle only nodded at me after my question and turned back to Tom Cade, apparently remembering something before responding equally stern in tone as when he started. "About 2 years, yes. Still scouting for the folks at 89 City?" The man shouted something indecipherable towards the fire, and the man named Bent stood up to approach Cade's side, while 3 others near the fire stood themselves up as well. Tom Cade said to Doyle, "Nah, I was only on that gig for the money. Had no use for me after I helped you and your other boys through that shit near Nephi, so Bent, Gunner, and I found ourselves out Hanksville way, getting paid to run fights against Mazers, White Rock, and Kainea, you name it." The man paused expectingly, and Doyle said after a brief moment of apparent recollection regarding his past with this man, "Sounds like you've been busy fighting the Lord's battles, even if your motives remain less than desirable." Bent had taken his place beside Tom Cade against the shack, and Tom nudged his friend with a laugh at Doyle's words. "Ha-ha, Lord's work. That's great." Bent shared in the laugh with Tom. I always liked this guy. All of us, including Doyle, remained silent until the laughing between the familiar strangers ended, and Tom said to Doyle, "You'll be sad to hear that Gunner ain't amongst the living no more, though. Took a bullet about a year back when Mazers captured Bent and I—" Another brief moment of silence filled the soft winds of the afternoon, and I noticed all the men around the fire were standing. Their weapons were lowered, and some appeared to be chatting softly amongst themselves while others were sifting through some of the piles of trash, while glancing towards us occasionally. The 2 men on the left still hadn't moved, and although their weapons still hadn't moved, it became clear that they were talking about us now. All Doyle said in response to news about the death of a man he was once familiar with was, "I'm sorry to hear about Gunner. I'll pray for him." Bent chuckled lightly and Tom Cade lowered his hat back down, saying, "Don't bother." Idiots in hell right now." He paused, then gave another wide grin. "But thanks for the sentiment, truly." All was quiet once again, and I felt the rush of another cold breeze on my cheek, when, after what was probably a full minute, Doyle asked his acquaintances, "So, why did you leave markings on your signs for new Canaanites to come find you?" Tom pushed himself off the wall of the shack and took a step or two forward, till he was but 15 paces from us. Bent followed as well, stopping only a few feet behind and to the right of his friend. When Tom was in place, I noticed that all the other armed men were watching us now, and a dark feeling came over me. No longer were these men indifferent, or only slightly curious about our arrival. It appeared as though this whole time we were building to something else behind all the pleasantries. Although the others, including Tom, Cade, and Bent, still gave no signs of hostile intentions, a strange tensity came over the entirety of this little mountainside nook when the pleasantries were over. There was still no hint at what would cause this reunion of one-time acquaintances to turn into anything else. But the feeling was undeniably felt in the soft wind. The breeze picked up ever so slightly, causing the tail of Cade's coat to flutter just barely, and then the man spoke. "Now you know me, Doyle. You said it yourself how my motives ain't always the best, but I do what I can, right?" Doyle remained silent, and the man went on after a moment. "I think you and I, and even Bent there, can honestly testify to that week we spent near Nephi, and how it was one we'll always remember." Again Doyle stayed quiet. "In fact, I think me, Bent, and even the late Gunner would say that we owe you our own lives for how you saved us when we were sent running back to that basement in the suburbs. You know the one." He paused, and I could see the contemplation on the stone face of Doyle at memories of one scout he went on around 2 years ago down near Nephi. I vaguely recalled some of what he said about the incident in stories around that time and certain moments during our group's Bible studies in the past 2 years. In the end, what I could recall of Doyle's experience with these men wasn't much, but the man went on sparking more memories of that expedition in Doyle's mind. "But I think you can agree that if it wasn't for what we did for you and your buddy at that gap in the cliff by Salt Creek Peak, you and, what was his name? Oslo? Yeah, you and Oslo would have spent that evening roasting over a pit in Levinoan camp. That sound right?" Doyle nodded his head ever so slightly, and a quiet moment of recollection passed before he said, "I wasn't keeping score on that trip, but if you're looking to call us even, I think I can only agree, but what's your point?" Bent looked to all the other men before reverting back to us when Tom Cade answered Doyle. "Not at all, Doyle. I ain't looking to call us even, I'm looking to prove that we're buddies. Buddies who got each other's backs out here in the waste," Doyle replied instantly, somewhat lacking in the patience he had inside this whole conversation. "So what does my buddy want to speak to New Canaan about down here at this rock shack place? Why the totems?" Almost imperceptibly, I looked to Tom and Bent's men, seeing that they'd come closer towards us without my even noticing. Then my eyes returned to Cade as he said, "I don't have nothing against New Canaan, you know that. I'm just looking to chat with some fellas from there. All the better that they sent you, but I'm just looking to catch up, see what's been happening there, you know?" The wind slowed to a soft breeze and the sun beat down on us harder as it had just begun its slow descent into the west from where it stood high above. Doyle asked even more sternly than before, seeming to know that these strangers' intents were far more than they were telling. One could argue that speaking subtly, or speaking in a manner to bury or conceal intent, was a form of lying, and everyone on our side of the encounter was beginning to realize this when Doyle spoke directly. "What do you want to know from us?" "I don't know exactly. We're still just chatting here," said Tom, obviously lying, and still upholding his facade of ignorance to his own motives. "Anything fun been happening? Any nice community get-togethers you want to talk about? I believe you had nothing but great things to say about those last time we talked." He paused for Doyle to answer, and after a moment of seeing right through this, Doyle said, "Nothing of the sort comes to mind. At least none that would interest you and your friends. I don't know about that." "You don't even know what me or my friends find interesting," said Tom, before adding plainly, "Caravan still coming in? Business in the market still good?" I glanced to the left, then to the right, seeing my men intently staring at one of Tom Cade's men across from them. The wind fell even more, and the slow, cool breeze seemed to do little to prevent the sweat trickling down everyone's steady faces in the afternoon sun. Doyle answered the question slowly and deliberately. "Yes, market is livelier than ever. "You should come visit sometime," the warning behind the invitation almost imperceptible. "Livelier than ever, you say?" said Tom. The man called Bent looked to the idle faces of his men and chuckled at his boss's words before Tom added, "I'll bet. Lots of refugees coming in these days, huh?" Even though everything spoken was clearly peaceful, the man speaking to Doyle could not hide what everything said was alluding to, and I believe even he knew he was rapidly getting to it. But before his blatant demand could be said, I felt everyone on this mountainside nook's fingers move a little closer to their weapons' triggers, just as I felt my own when Doyle answered, none more than usual. Tom Cade chuckled and said something that put a momentary pause on all the unspoken tension, even if it was because it made another big stride towards the truth of what he wanted. "Well, just you wait. Quite a few tribes fell in the east these past weeks, or so I've heard. Seen a few fall myself, but we can talk about that later." Abandoning his stern and direct tone for the first time since the start, Doyle took in the words and asked in an instant, "What? Who's fallen?" The minds of both Doyle and myself went back to the scouting reports from Duncan and others in recent days, all of which seemed to bring new meaning to the weight of their information when considering what happened less than a week prior to the current day. Cade returned, quite a few actually. Legions consuming some of the border tribes, and it said that even Hanksville is right on Caesar's border now. I'm surprised folks at Hanksville hadn't reached out to y'all for backup. Lost in thought, Doyle answered absently, hadn't heard anything about that. I'll keep my ears open, as I felt my fingers scarcely curled around the trigger of my submachine gun, and thought of Legion expansion. Despite hearing rumors and stories in the weeks leading up to our newest arrival, even the mere thought of Legion expansion now took on a heightened meaning and new questions. Why were they expanding? How far would they go? How long would that take? And why were these men telling us about it? Cade went on passively as the faint smile grew on his face beneath the wide black hat. Don't dismiss it as rumor either. Soon enough, refugees from the east will be flocking to New Canaan in droves if they hadn't been already. It might not be too long before you won't be able to distinguish every new person who shows up needing your help. Well, except maybe one. A dead silence ensued. "Excuse me?" Doyle asked. The smile grew even more sinister in nature on the face of Doyle's one-time acquaintance. "Oh, I was just saying there was one person who might show up needing help that should stand out from most of the others. That is, of course, if he hadn't already." My heart stopped, and there it was. The reason these men called us out here was staring at me clear as day between the bandages around his face. I was glad it wasn't me that Cade was addressing, even though I would have replied exactly as Doyle did. After a moment of only feigned ignorance or refusal to acknowledge the concealed subject of Cade's inquiry, Doyle asked, "Who you talking about?" The smile of Cade was about to break his face in half, and the man was joined in a laugh by everyone on his side, before he asked in that falsely friendly way, "Oh, come on, friend, haha, I think you know. In fact, I think a lot of you met him already." I felt a lump in my dry throat, and glanced to Doyle, who remained steady and silent as Cade continued. "Never met him myself, but I hear he's got a whole bunch of burns. Probably crippled too, since I heard he fell from a very, very tall cliff a few months back." Silence once again consumed the entire atmosphere, and the abundant traces of friendliness slowly disappeared from Cade and his men's faces as the seconds passed. Finally, the man was grinning, but in a way that no longer said he was playing any more games, as he said to Doyle, "You know exactly who I'm talking about, don't you? I can see it in all your faces." I know I was not the only person on our side to not even attempt to change the expression on his face, even at the mention. Instead, I and we continued to meet the faces of all the men across from us, in silent defiance despite the accusation. Cade at last stated the true motive for this meeting between one-time acquaintances. Word is that Legion is paying a whole lot even for simple information on the man. Still without any vocal admission of anything, Doyle asked Cade, "So you're leading a gang of bounty hunters now, is that it?" Unfazed, the man immediately said to Doyle, "I wouldn't put it that way. Technically, we're working for the Mazers." I recalled him saying he and his friend was captured by the Mazers earlier in the talk, and he went right along. From what I heard, me and Bent stole a page right out of Caesar and Mr. Graham's playbook. Negotiated our release from the Mazers after they captured us by offering our services. The pay is pretty good too, but that's expected from a new Legion auxiliary. Auxilia? However Legion boys say it, they take care of us well enough. Let us pick our own hours, that sort of thing. Cade and Bent's men chuckled, but after that was nothing but another pure silence. With nothing from us, we all remained statues, and Cade looked to all our faces before looking at the fingers on our triggers. He suddenly wiped the sinister smirk from his gotcha face, and a brief glance toward the casually hung weapons and unfocused attentions of his comrades made him speak again in a more understanding tone. Now look, it's no real secret outside of Legion camps that Graham survived his trip down into the Big Canyon, and after following up on several sources across the south, it's no surprise that the last time he was seen was walking straight towards New Canaan. We know you all hated that prick for what he did to your community's reputation, I get that. Perhaps I wasn't the only one to be pleasantly bewildered by that last part, and perhaps it showed for a moment before he concluded his diplomatic outreach to us. So we really just want to know which direction you sent him packing. I think we all gave an internal sigh of relief when he said he only wanted to know which way we sent, as opposed to asking us to hand him over. Either way, we couldn't tell him that, and no New Canaanite was good at lying. The end result was inevitable when Doyle said what he had to. I can't tell you anything. Not even a second after Doyle spoke, Cade lightly kicked a rock by his foot, was more focused on the dirt, and put a hand in his pocket as he asked nonchalantly, "North? West? East? Probably not south. Can't tell me anything about that guy? Not even for a friend?" Cade's crew was still facing us, and although they were still silent and closer to us than they had been at the start, they appeared to be losing interest the longer this went on. I could see that some were even fighting the urge to chat with the man next to them while their boss and his friend Bent were the only ones dead focused on Doyle and us. Another brief glance to my left and right showed the guardsmen still acting like the statues they were, focused on the man across from them and ready for anything. My mind was at ease despite my continuing nerves, but the silence once again spoke for us when Cade realized the truth in our lack of response. After enough silence and the revelation of what it meant, the man immediately reared his head, turning his attention back to Doyle as he said in near elation, "Oh my God, you all welcomed him back, didn't you? He's in New Canaan right now, isn't he?" My heart skipped a beat once again, and even this outburst did little to arouse the attention of his men as his smile grew to its breaking point once more and he said, "I knew it. Just admit it, Doyle. Ha ha. You know it's a sin to tell a lie." He looked to Bent, who wore the same face as himself, then returned to Doyle, who remained a silent and defiant statue. Cade didn't want to take the silence for the answer it was this time and said, "Come on, Doyle, just admit it so we can work something out." Doyle did not say anything, and Cade would have gone on to begin laying out his demands when Bent said, "Ask the other one, Cade," gesturing to me. I swallowed, and Cade took 2 steps forward, saying, "Good idea, Bent. Maybe Doyle's friend will help us out." His feet were planted but 12 feet from me as he said, "Hello there, Doyle's friend." I saw the gesture for my name, and looked at the long revolver on his hip beneath the battered gray coat as I said, "Paul." Cade feigned enthusiasm. "Pleasure to meet you, Paul. You already know my name, so I'll get right to it." Doyle's eyes never left Cade, but I heard him mentally communicate, "Don't speak a word." Cade got right to it in this show of pleasantry. "So you and your friends here welcomed Mr. Graham back home like the prodigal son he was, right? Remember, it's a sin to tell a lie. I had long since decided to take Doyle's approach and just remain quiet, despite the insincerity of a man like Cade attempting to taunt me with a truth he knew nothing about. Although I believe the Lord would have forgiven me if I decided to lie right there to divert Cade's hunt, I knew the silence and mood of this whole encounter was a testament to the truth on its own, and I knew this encounter was only destined to end one way. So, I decided not to pile the sin of lying onto what was already about to happen. I barely even heard it when Cade started elaborating on the awful deeds of Joshua Graham and telling how it was just and righteous to hand him over for his punishment. That punishment was for God to decide, not these men, the Mazers, the Legion, or Edward Sallow. Cade at last decided to accept the answer the silence on our side had provided and said, "Damn it, that's fine. Keep your mouth sealed, but I knew it though. That spirit of forgiveness you had for the man might just bring a tear to my eye. I might not be able to get y'all to admit it, but we were really just trying to get a lead by calling y'all out here. This changes everything though." I had fully returned to the moment, and I think Doyle did as well when he mentioned how this changes everything. I was all ears, and noticed his men were still only half present when the overenthusiastic Cade said, "Tell you what, since I like you guys so much, I'll let you buy my silence. Pay me the Legion's rate for Graham's death, and I'll head back east and let the boys know I turned up with nothing." That sounds fair, right? The offer was indeed fair. Fair enough as far as extortions or blackmails go. Either way, the silence ensuing after the offer was more out of consideration than an attempt to hide any other information. I knew Doyle, like myself, was thinking about the logistics of paying off the man. After what must have been about a minute or two, Doyle finally confessed in a sense by asking how much the man wanted. I only half heard the answer, although I forget the exact amount, and which currency. It was far more than any amount of silver coins, caps, bullets, food, medical items, etc., that we had on us. I began considering the logistics of how to pay this man further, and I believe Doyle was as well immediately after hearing the answer. Even though it was more than we had on us, I thought of Lieutenant Herbian, who was on his way here and wouldn't arrive until sometime this evening. Still, after some brief math, I had to conclude that it was too much for the pockets of all of us, as well as the pockets of Herbian's men. Cade gave us a moment, and we remained silent. For a moment, I was about to ask Doyle to radio New Canaan to have them send another group out with the amount required to buy this group's silence. Perhaps Doyle thought of doing that as well, and although we both knew that New Canaan and the elders would be more than willing to buy the silence of Cade, Doyle glanced back at me, and his look told me something that the leadership of New Canaan could never quite understand. They did not know what men like this, men of filth in the world outside the walls, were like. That look from Doyle reminded me of this as well, and I thought back to the white leg attack that injured me almost 2 months prior. The Elders' treasury won't stop people like this, or the White Legs, the 80s, the Mazers, or the Legion. Some people don't want mercy, forgiveness, or understanding, or even to be bought. Some just want everything they can get. Some men will do anything, especially for power. And the smug look on Cade and Bent's faces throughout the whole talk said they absolutely loved lording their power over us in this moment. The money asked for was only a means for more power, and I knew this for a fact when I saw the face of Doyle and remembered who Cade was asking for. I thought of the tortured brother who came to us for his second chance in life, and remembered what he did in his previous life and the reason for the guard's existence. Those who cannot fathom or understand mercy or forgiveness sometimes need to be brought to a place where they can. It's only when their actions are turned against them in righteous fashion that they will see the consequence of the path they're on. Who are we to let men like this continue to get away with the sin of their actions? God will ultimately judge them in the end, but if there's a chance they can be shown the light, it is our responsibility to put them in a place where they can understand what that light means. Doyle turned from me and asked Cade, "How do we know you will keep your word if we get you the money? What's to stop you from telling your masters and collecting their reward too?" Cade looked up from that rock he was idly kicking with a jolt. That action told us that we had the gotcha card now, and after a second more, Cade smiled again and gently told us, "You'll just have to take my word, Doyle." Reflecting on the whole talk we had with him, Cade's word didn't really mean a whole lot. His false friendliness before extorting us was reason enough on its own to mistrust him, but that wasn't even mentioning his deed of befriending and working with the ones he was paid by Hanksville to fight against. And seeing Doyle adjust the grip on his weapon told me there was even more reasons to distrust him. At the same time, I remembered what it was we were following the whole morning. The totems were a burnt cross with a Brahmin bull head chained in the middle. It all suddenly made sense. Perhaps Cade didn't know for sure that Joshua Graham was in New Canaan, but the blackened crosses seemed to intentionally take the shape of Graham's burnt skin in my mind, and it became clear that whether or not the bull skull was reference to Graham's old affiliation, or the current affiliation of Cade and his band, there was still only one way that this whole thing was going to end. At this point, the men across from us simply knew too much, and what they would do with that information was not anything good. Doyle said in response to his acquaintance's offer the simple words, "I don't trust you, Cade." And after another moment of silence, Cade shifted his eyes from Doyle, to me, then to Nathan, to Ramos, to Hudson, to Lockwood, then to Duncan, and back to Doyle before tilting his hat up and asking, "Well, where does that leave us then, Doyle?" Chapter 12, Whether You Like It or Not. So, it had happened. The first blood had been spilled over the defense of our community's returned prodigal. I know not whether the event was justified in the eyes of our Creator, but it had finally started, and there was no going back. All we could do was go forth, repent when we knew it was necessary, and consider what we could have done differently when the moment was far behind. At the time, however, all the justification, contemplation, and regret had to wait as the body takes over. I didn't know in the immediate moment who fired the first shot, whether it was on our side or theirs, but I learned a short time after, when the adrenaline starts pumping as the tensity of a situation rises, and when it shoots off like a rocket at the first discharge of a gun, memory can't be considered reliable. All I remember is seeing Tom Cade drop in place, seeing my men and theirs scatter in every direction, and feeling my finger holding the trigger of my Thompson submachine gun, as the recoil pressed the wood of the stock into my shoulder again and again and again until the click. I could barely see anything beyond the dust and debris flying up from so many bullets, or hear anything through the clatter of so many guns popping off, as the milliseconds turned into seconds to last a lifetime. My mind was elsewhere, not able to think about anything in particular, just a completely blank slate with fragments of memory that catch up after the body reacts to the moment. My senses began to return when the gunfire slowed down to one last pop off to my right, and my consciousness returned to find myself lying behind a small TV in a little junk pile just off the trail to the shack. With my .45 pistol, trained on something in the settling dust, locked back, and in need of reloading, I dropped the magazine and stuffed in another one from my belt, noticing my shaking hands and one other empty magazine amongst the disturbed dirt, speckled by many .45 casings. At last, the echoes of screams returned to silence in my mind, and a voice brought me back completely. "Everyone all right?" That voice was my own, and I calmed my trembling hand and thumb in an instant to release the slide on my pistol. The dust cleared even more, and I raised my weapon with a steady arm as a voice to my left returned with a gasp, "Good here." I lowered the weapon, not even understanding the image before me when other voices spoke up from the same direction, all saying "good here" between heaving breaths. I took in more of the scene before me, seeing it even more clearly as 3 more voices returned with the same winded words, "Good here" off to my right. Just then, each of the men in our scout emerged from some bit of scrap or pile of debris around the cliffside shack. I stood to my feet, picking up the submachine gun I had dropped in the fight, and took a step forward, forgetting to be thankful that everyone in our team was all right when I finally registered the scene around the shack. Sprawled out before us were the bodies of 8 other men, some lying on their backs, some slumped over a junk pile, one only a few feet from the door to the shack, and another leaning up against the wall in a motionless state. It was over, and all was calm as the cold wind caressed my face as if to reassure me that I was all right. Then the heaving breaths from the men to my left and right were steadily calmed as well, and the matter's conclusion was whispered to me. Just then, the sound of a terrible groan interrupted the calm, and the body in the gray coat struggled back towards the shack, prompting even more presence of mind to return. Without even being ordered, I saw Hudson, Lockwood, Nathan, and Ramos begin approaching the dead men, while Doyle and I stepped up to the intact but wounded Tom Cade, who crawled a few inches further towards the shack door. Doyle loudly and windedly said, "Glad you're still kickin'," and I saw Hudson and Lockwood already putting the dead closest to them in rows. On my right, I caught a glimpse of Nathan gently shaking Ramos back from what I assumed was the shock of his first combat, whispering something assuring to the young man, while I could only see the other young man, Mr. Schmidt, still hanging back in my peripherals. I was about to see if Duncan was all right, but my attention was turned back to Doyle and the wounded Cade after the terrible groan the latter made upon Doyle turning him over. "Where you hit?" asked Doyle in a tone both gentle and demanding. I reached Doyle's side, looking down at the injured, seeing Cade shift back a little further on his elbow before spitting a long stream of blood from his mouth to the ground and shouting weakly in a voice full of pain. "What the... Where the hell it looked like? Can barely breathe, unable to gesture to the large wet blood stain just below his left collarbone." Hudson and Lockwood were already kneeling and praying before the 3 bodies they'd laid in a row. Then my eyes went to Nathan, who had collected. Ramos enough for the two of them to begin setting the killed on their side in a row. Doyle knelt down beside Cade, who protested weakly at first, before succumbing to some treatment, and I heard the footsteps of Duncan stop a few feet behind me. I again intended to turn and check up on Duncan when my eyes landed on the body of Bent, leaning against the wall of the shack, motionless, with several bullet holes in his abdomen and chest. The body of Bent sat almost calm or at peace, his blood spattered all over the wall behind him, and amidst an already almost completely dried pool of blood in the sands around him. My attention turned when Cade looked to all of us and said in a winded voice with his face covered in sweat, dirt, and speckled with blood, "How are y'all? Just fine." He stopped, spit the blood from his mouth again, and was going to say something else when his eyes landed on his friend, leaning on the wall, just out of arm's reach. He interrupted Doyle's work with a violent turn towards the body of his friend and spat another long stream of blood at the corpse, shouting, "Stupid motherfucker, why the hell you do that?" He was going to call his late friend an idiot, but his curse turned to a shout of pain from the surge made by his action, and he collapsed his back into the dust while Doyle took the moment to proceed with his sterilizing of the wound. There I remembered something I heard in the fight, but couldn't register in the moment. My mind rang with the voice of Bent, buried beneath the gunshots of 2 minutes prior, "Kill 'em, strip 'em, and we'll get the reward later." There was the answer. It was Bent who fired the first shot, doing so with a mind to take what we had, and report back to the Legion, or the Mazers, with the exact information we feared. Cade, however, seemed to have a different mind before the battle started, if the animosity towards the lifeless body of his partner was any indication. But perhaps his venom came more from the fact that he and his band lost, and was in need of something to blame. Doyle continued treating Cade, who appeared to be fading in and out of consciousness. Lockwood and Hudson were still praying over the dead. Nathan and Ramos were now doing likewise, and seeing the man's accoutrements near the bloodstains he crawled from, I picked up the dusty black, wide-brimmed hat and long-barreled revolver from the dirt. Examining the weapon, I answered the injured man's angry mutterings toward his killed partner. "Don't be angry at your partner. He got what he asked us for." I didn't notice what Cade said in response, just noticing the fine dusty weapon was a .44 caliber in pretty decent condition despite being dropped into the dust after only getting off 2 shots. Unloading the bullets into my hand and placing the weapon in the front of my belt, I said to the wounded Cade, "Fine weapon here. I'm going to hold on to it for a while if you don't mind, at least until Doyle and I can trust you with it." Then, brushing some of the dust off the hat, I met eyes with the man, adding, "You can have your hat back if you want, though." After another weak spit of blood into his own lap, the man said, "Fk it. And you too." His head fell. Doyle pricked a site next to Cade's wound with a stim pack full of its miracle serum, and not wanting to hold on to or waste a nice hat, I turned to the young man wearing an expressionless face behind me and placed it on his head with the words, "Looks good. You all right, Mr. Schmidt?" The young man's face went from expressionless to slight concern, while the hat remained on his head without protest, and he said, "Got winged in the shoulder. Not bad, though." It was there I noticed his hand resting on his right shoulder and saw the dried blood between his fingers. Seeing this, I removed his hand, seeing he was indeed clipped in that spot, but the wound seemed to have clotted already, and after a brief test of his arm's motion, I asked him to move the body of Bent beside the ones next to Nathan and Ramos. Nathan and Ramos were done with their prayer over the dead, and Nathan agreed to help Duncan while also telling me that Ramos too was winged. Ramos and I approached each other, and seeing him hobble towards me, I helped him over to the shack wall to a spot a short distance from Cade and Doyle. Beginning to treat the young man of my detachment, I was relieved to find that he too was just barely hit, but he was clipped in the hip, which was why he was limping. A few millimeters aimed better, and Ramos would have had a broken pelvis which could have proven fatal out here. Mr. Ramos knew this, but the good side was hard to focus on when he was missing a clump of skin, and the side of his pants were growing redder. Between the fact he was hit, and this was Ramos's first scout trip, and his first time ever firing his weapon in legitimate defense, he was understandably shaken by the whole ordeal. Ramos was all right enough, though, making certain to mention Nathan's support after the fight, causing me to remember how I saw Nathan assuring the kid immediately after the dust settled. Nathan, for all his faults, was truly like a big brother to many of the younger guardsmen in my detachment and the barracks back home. I had a silent pride for the boys in my detachment, and Doyle's as I injected the boy with a portion of a stimpack. Ramos was at rest, and Nathan was leading in prayer before the body of Cade's killed friend bent with the young Mr. Schmidt silently beside him. I sat with my injured boy, and just watched as Nathan mouthed the words beside Duncan, asking God for forgiveness of their deed, and requesting mercy for the ones we'd sent to stand before him in judgment. A short time passed, allowing the calm of the previous excitement to take over a little more while Cade and Ramos could only wait for the medications to repair their injuries. After a few minutes, Hudson and Lockwood were stacking the weapons and supplies of the killed before eventually being joined by Nathan and Duncan in the same effort. Upon removing the stimpack from Ramos's hip, the boy's eyes were still shut, and I told him to just rest for a while longer as I figured out what was next. I stood myself up and placed myself on the other side of Cade, while Doyle crouched before him, watching the outlaw's condition slowly improve while the color in the injured's face returned. Doyle stayed silent all the while, and the post-battle work continued behind us before I asked Doyle, "Want to head back now?" Still staring at the outlaw, Doyle answered me, "Just a minute. I want to see what else my friend here has to say about events in the East." About 5 hours later. Although it was only a few minutes to 6 p.m., the sky was completely dark. The sun had completely set a half hour before, but that was usual for the time of year. However, our party hadn't moved from Rock Shack. We spent the time while Cade and Ramos recovered stacking the arms, cataloging the gear, and rearming and re-equipping with the supplies of those who no longer had any more need of them. Once Cade was present enough to speak, Doyle and I did indeed grill him for information, and whether intentional or not, it wasn't the events in the East that captured our immediate attention. Instead, what struck our attention was when he revealed that he had another 10 men out in the wastes who were scheduled to return to their outpost at Rock Shack between an hour or 6 hours. He couldn't or wouldn't say for certain, but the feeling remained it was best to stay put. Moving in the day was dangerous after doing what we had done, and it would have been easy for anyone to track down the ones who massacred the other half of their gang and absconded with their leader. And so, we decided to dig in and wait for Cade's men to return. About an hour after the battle, we had already set out the mines in a cache used by Cade's men, and created something of a bottleneck for the incoming party in order to promote a more peaceful resolution of our differences. Once we were all set up, and knew our positions within the shack, we were almost about to begin burying the dead. But our hour was up, and we were under the impression that the rest of the gang would be along any minute, so that had to wait, or the responsibility passed on. After much deliberation, we knew we couldn't release Cade once his men arrived, so now we were waiting to confront the rest of Cade's gang and hopefully be able to negotiate our safe departure, or at least be in a fortified enough position to withstand an assault. God had clearly blessed us earlier without our suffering a single loss in combat, but the chances of him offering such a thing twice in one day were not exactly high. As we settled into our positions, the hour turned into 2 hours, then 3, then 4, and finally we were looking at a separate worry. Herbin's men were about 5 hours away, or 4 if they hurried, when Doyle said they were on their way. The outlaws still hadn't showed up, and every 15 minutes that passed would bring more griping about how we should have left immediately. Yet still we were stuck, because the last thing we wanted at any point of the afternoon was to run into the rest of the gang on the way out. At the 5-hour mark, the present and most pressing fear was that Herbian's scouts and the rest of the gang would meet on the only path into the mountainside hideaway, and that confrontation would most likely be bloody. To make matters worse, the signal of Doyle's radio couldn't penetrate the mountains around us, so all we could do was wait and blindly hope in Herbian's arrival, while praying that the remainder of Cade's gang would allow us to depart. I looked out the small window, past the bodies set in rows steadily giving off more of their smell even as the heat of the sun gradually gave way to the cold of night. I peered past the piles of junk and scrap, seeing the thick dry bushes rustling slightly in the wind and focusing on the narrow trail around the edge of the mountainside. Still nothing. Turning back to the interior of this decrepit outlaw hideaway, I could see the place was sparse in furniture, save for a table with 8 chairs around it. Scattered all around the quaint interior were sleeping bags, for all of Cade's men, probably even left by previous gangs of raiders or smugglers who frequented the place. The sleeping bags and bedrolls made for nice cushions for the knees of my men peering out the windows, and my eyes were diverted to Doyle and Cade when Doyle lighted an oil lamp for writing. Cade sat before Doyle with his hands bound behind his back as he leaned against the lone support beam beside the table, and I was going to warn Doyle about the light made by the lamp, but he was done writing a moment later, and the world outside remained lifeless. I sat in my corner. Just past me sat Lockwood, his knees on the cushion of a rolled-up sleeping bag as he stared out his window, short carbine ready. Past Lockwood and on both sides of the closed doorway was Duncan and Nathan, while manning the last window sat both Hudson and Ramos, who'd recovered enough to be engaged in whispered conversation with the men beside him. Ramos had grown excited to talk about his first fight in that youthful way after fully recovering from his injury, but the lad was still wise enough to keep his volume decreased as the sky got darker. The scene was quiet, and the low conversation amongst the men continued on to different topics as the hours passed, occasionally punctuated by someone saying what we'd already known for a while: "We should have left earlier." 5 minutes to 6 p.m., and I heard Cade ask once again from his place against the beam seriously, "How or why weren't any of you killed?" Throughout the afternoon, we tried explaining how his men weren't even ready for conflict and were rather unfocused or distracted before the sudden escalation, but ultimately our answers weren't enough to satisfy the man. The answers were even more unsatisfactory for him when they ultimately boiled down to Jesus. By this time, Doyle no longer entertained the captured man, and so he answered the question this time with that one-word name. At least Cade was speaking quietly now. We had to enforce the level of his volume throughout the afternoon, but he eventually grew to learn that his captors were pretty pleasant, and even friendly provided he did what we said. Cade went on whispering about this and that, while Doyle ignored, or wrote up some more of his scouting report in the moonlight, coming in from the cracks in the ceiling. I turned away, once again seeing nothing coming down the path to the shack. The focus of my hearing returned to my immediate vicinity when I couldn't hear the anticipated footsteps of outlaws just in time to hear that Ramos, Hudson, and Nathan's low conversation had turned to the idea of girls. I knew, or rather, my wife knew some of the girls back in town that Ramos and Hudson fancied, while Nathan said for them to just go for it. I tuned out again, hearing Doyle once again reaffirm what we learned from Cade: his men didn't know anything. Apparently, all they knew was that Cade and Bent wanted to ask New Canaan about a mark. It became clear that Cade and Bent were the only ones who knew who exactly they were after, since it was explained that their Legion contact through the Mazers implied extreme importance in keeping the target's status or name in the heads of very few. We decided to believe Cade. What little we knew about the Legion, through Joshua, time, and the odd experience with their patrols in the Far Eastern territories, Edward or Caesar may not believe his former second was dead, but he'd make certain his nation of monsters and slavers believed he was. Still, my thoughts went on, and I began to think about whether or not we would have to kill the rest of Cade's gang. But it still didn't feel like we had to, provided how we could begin negotiations from a strong position or fortified shack. The rest of Cade's gang may not know why their bosses were trying to get in touch with New Canaan, but there was a good chance they might not take the death of their comrades lightly, especially if they outnumbered us. Even as the hours passed, neither Doyle or I knew for sure what we would say to the gang exactly to prevent bullets from flying, or how to explain why we were taking Cade with us. Telling the rest of the gang that Cade knew our secret was an explanation that might have said all it needed to if some of them were suspicious about their bosses. And so, we were stumped. Neither me nor Doyle still could figure out what we would say, but I think we both silently knew that no amount of planning or excuses would work, and so I personally shook the planning out of my head with a blind faith in how what needs to be said shall be said, and the Spirit will take care of the rest. For now, however, I felt it best to distract myself. It wasn't long before my attempts to avoid planning were assisted by a question sent at Lockwood beside me. The voice of Nathan said to him, with the exact context lost on me, "So why did you get married, Lockwood?" Catching the eyes of Ramos and Hudson firmly planted on Lockwood, I motioned for the two across the room to resume their watch when Lockwood replied, with his eyes still focused on the distant trail, "Sex." The young men on the other side of the room snickered, and I believe Mr. Schmidt did as well as he stood in his place by the door, rifle up, and still with the wide-brimmed hat of Cade on his head. Ramos asked Lockwood if that was the only reason, and Lockwood said that it wasn't the only, although it was in his words about 90% of it. The single young men at their stations appeared to completely understand the plain reason behind Lockwood's recent marriage, and part of me did too when memories of my single days returned briefly. Hudson asked his friend in Doyle's detachment if his reason, or the amount of that reason he's described in previous talks, was entirely biblical. Still with his eyes forward, Lockwood explained his view. Even pulling a verse out of his head he'd evidently memorized. Now to the unmarried and the widows I say, it is good for them to stay unmarried, as I do. But if they cannot control themselves, they should marry, for it is better to marry than to burn with passion. 1 Corinthians 7:8-9. After a moment, a smile grew across Lockwood's face as he continued his stare into the night, and I was burning with a lot of passion. Lockwood elaborated further, explaining that his urges were too much, and the men on the other side of the room appeared to solemnly understand the difficulty. Suddenly feeling some new enthusiasm about the topic, Lockwood added, "Isn't the Bible just awesome? Because of that, I now have a duty to have sex with my wife on an almost constant basis." I wasn't sure I agreed with that, and felt it was a good time to rather loudly clear my throat as a suggestion that the young newlywed perhaps think a little deeper before suggesting marriage on that basis alone to his impressionable young comrades. Lockwood heard my wordless interjection and turned briefly to me. "Don't believe me, Lieutenant Young." He saw my face, as well as the gesture I made, and turned back to the window as he quoted once more something he apparently took it upon himself to memorize. "Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a limited time, that you may devote yourselves to prayer, but then come together again, so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of control." 1 Corinthians 7:5. You know what that, and the verses before it means? I couldn't help the smile, creeping across my face, but still I said, "Don't do it as the young men on the opposite," and were once again ignoring their duty to stare at Lockwood. "It means the only time my wife and I shouldn't be having sex depriving one another is when we're talking to Jesus. After that, it's right back to it, because if we don't, it's only a matter of time before Satan intervenes." The young men were chuckling, and although his statement wasn't necessarily wrong, I asked the young scout with memories of my own excitement immediately post-marriage. "But what's God's purpose for the intimate act in the first place?" He hung his head, and silence ensued as its own answer before I added, "And how's that going? I promise you won't be so smug and witty about the act when you deal with the horror of a pregnant wife and the resulting little monsters. I'm also very curious what your parents in the Mormon sect think of your outlook on sex." Lockwood said after a quiet moment, "That's why I'm enjoying it now, Lieutenant. As for the parents, though, there's a reason I haven't followed my parents into that sect of the community." The quiet laughter had died down on the other end of the room, and I spoke his reason with a smile I couldn't conceal. "Sex?" And the man confirmed, "Sex." It was true. A great many of the young men in the community opted for a more Protestant or non-Mormon interpretation of the faith for the sole reason of sex, without the requirement of producing a child each time. I could scarcely blame them, for I was one of them myself, finding it much more ideal for a man and wife to keep one another satisfied, as opposed to the legalistic faith that required the almost constant pregnancy of the women. After another moment, the amusement of the talk was all gone, and I looked at the path along the cliff. Still nothing. Turning down to my watch, I saw in the glow that it was almost 6 minutes past 6. Just then I heard the voices behind me, adjusted the grip on my submachine gun, and heard Cade and Doyle were completely lost in their own talk, oblivious to the chat with the young men. I tuned in to hear Cade ask directly what he had tried to allude to several times that afternoon. "So, what's going to happen to me in New Canaan? Y'all kept dodging that question earlier. You got a prison there or something?" Doyle looked up from his seat by the table with a sigh, noticing me glancing back, and our eyes met for a moment before he said, "Care to enlighten him, Paul?" The outlaw adjusted his reclined head from the support beam, shifting his eyes towards me as I said with one eye out the window and one at him, "You'll be put in a cell for a while, Probably a week or two depending on your behavior. You act well, you'll get some freedom, perhaps even the chance to work in the fields on the north end. Do well enough out there, take to heart what your handlers tell you, and they might even let you serve one of the family's shops or trades in town. It'll be up to them to decide when or if your chains come off, while the length of your restriction to certain parts of the town will be determined by the elders. He interrupted me, lifting his head further off the beams as he asked, "Wait, work in the fields? Serve families in town? You all enslave people?" Doyle gave the man a light but firm kick from his chair, and I said, "It's not slavery. If anything, it's servitude." Seeing no change in his demeanor, I felt a bit of disgust in this, saying, "You tried to extort us. You and your men fired upon us with intent to kill. You've been relatively cooperative thus far, so we sometimes give people like you the chance to become something good for society and the world as a whole. The chains in the field are only till we know you won't be a danger to the community. You and the ones like you back home gotta prove we can trust you, since we frankly hadn't got a lot of it for you after what you and your friends tried to do this afternoon." Cade leaned his head back against the beam with a shrug. "Call it whatever you want. Sounds like slavery to me, though." I wasn't sure arguing would really change his demeanor or attitude anyway, but I decided to tell him what I'd seen. "You call it whatever you want. I've seen men worse than you finish out their sentences and decide to stay. Some have even become adopted sons of the families that took them in." Hudson interjected in the brief pause. "I think Mike lay in Lieutenant Kennedy's detachment was a former raider a few years back. Guy stuck around after his sentence." Ramos said to Hudson, "But not really anyone in particular. No kidding. I like him. Figured he just had a few screws loose, though. I didn't really know Miclay beyond the name or a few guard Bible studies, but I found that nice, especially since the idle talk seemingly proved my point. Either way, I couldn't think about the man in Kennedy's detachment for long, since only a second or two passed before our captive said without a single care in his voice, "So you brainwashed them too?" The man said this with a yawn as he made himself even more comfortable against the beam he was bound to. I couldn't say I was surprised by the impertinent remarks. He wasn't the first one to have his life saved and his wounds cleaned by the guard, only to begin insulting us. There were men more theologically equipped than me to explain why we do what we do, and I didn't know if an explanation of our process from the Book of Philemon would have any impact at the time or later. In the end, I decided not to silence him, or motion for Doyle to do it, instead telling him what I knew regardless of his loathsome attitude. A change of heart is a wonderful thing when it happens. Although it's true, not everyone who's wronged the community has one. Some are exiled, and some even turn traitor to New Canaan and the people who'd been nothing but good to them throughout their captivity. Ultimately, those who end up in the shoes you'll be in decide their own fate. So it's up to you whether or not you die a happy old man who embraced the community, leave for the wastes again, or die in a pool of blood out in the fields because you couldn't let your bitterness go. Like I said, the chains only stay on as long as you choose to wear them, but don't expect to lie your way out of it when you get there. We know what you know, and we have a pretty good idea about your character. You will be watched very closely, and the chains might stay on longer than you expect." The man was quiet, and whether my words impacted him or not was irrelevant. I was done. I had no hope for him when the moment of silence ended, and all he said was, "Well, all right then," in that insincere and careless way. But perhaps the explanation of his fate produced something later that he wouldn't show at this time. Either way, none of us were allowed to ponder anything else after Nathan interjected from the doorway. "You're going about this all wrong. Lieutenant guys like him may or may not get another treatment." I knew what he was going to do, but even when I mouthed, "Don't lie, Nathan," I knew he would remain faithful to my order in his own unique way. The loudmouth young man of my detachment locked eyes with Cade. Now, I haven't met everyone who ends up in a cell, but that may or may not be because they were tortured to death. I don't know if suggesting the possibility or even false probability of the absurd is considered lying, but that was not my place, and neither me nor any of the other guardsmen in the room would say anything, for fear of spoiling it as Nathan went on. "Paul's right. If you're pleasant and compliant, and if you see the light, you will get to work and maybe get assigned to a family. You also may or may not get sent to the rack, where they'll stretch you till your limbs break off. Perhaps I shouldn't have been. But part of me was proud that all my guards at the windows remained silent, instead of bursting out into hysterical laughter. I've never seen it happen, but perhaps there's a reason for that. Maybe those who refuse our kindness are ripped apart and their ashes thrown into the Great Salt Lake as part of the patrols that go that way once a month. I've never seen it happen, but just because I personally hadn't seen something like that happen doesn't mean it doesn't. Still, it's probably best to enter your captivity with an open mind and willingness to play ball. Cade wasn't persuaded about the existence of the rack, but the rambling of Nathan was still amusing nonetheless for all present. Although I think the message was still accepted by Cade, whatever happens to him in New Canaan will be of his own choosing. Before either Cade, Doyle, me, Nathan, or anyone else could say another word, Lockwood said, in a hushed and urgent tone, "Looks like they're here." Our eyes immediately went to the outside, and Lockwood was right. All of us held our guns at the ready, and the distant footsteps of a whole party came to my hearing as my eyes took in the shuffling silhouettes creeping along the narrow face of the cliffside trail. They clearly weren't expecting anything out of the usual, and proved that they were Herbin's men as evidenced by the flashlights going to and fro, as well as the sound of their indistinct chatter. Glancing to my left, and seeing all my men were ready at their stations, I could tell the distant party began to grow wary of the gang hideout silence in the darkness, as the first man stepped off the trail. As soon as I became aware of this, I looked back to Doyle, whose eyes met mine, and told me what we had already internally agreed upon. There was nothing for me to say, but there was plenty for Cade to say. Shifting over to the captive bound to the beam, he appeared to expect me to place a gag in his mouth, but was surprised when I maneuvered behind him and cut his bonds with the whispered words, "You're going to answer them when they call, but just know." I showed him my .45, and at the same time, Doyle slowly cocked his pistol to mitigate sound as I continued. "You say the wrong thing, you say anything to cause harm to any of my men, and you will die first. What that wrong thing is I'll leave to your judgment." The eyes of Cade appeared to ask if I would instead place a gag in his mouth. No. Whatever happened next would be entirely up to him. After the fact, my men and I considered it to be a chance to prevent bloodshed, a chance at redemption where he evidently failed earlier this afternoon. Moving Cade to the window I occupied, my men were all 3 feet inside their windows, concealed by the darkness of the room, weapons up, and aiming at the moonlit outside where those silhouettes were coming to a halt. When I looked past Cade to see that the rest of his gang were all off the trail, standing in something of a gaggle on the path straight to the shack, their flashlights were turned off one by one after focusing on the mine warning signs we made, and the men stood motionless, having apparently come to the realization that something was off. Doyle whispered from behind, "You got this, Paul?" I glanced over, seeing Doyle take his place beside Duncan next to Lockwood's window. Placing my gun firmly against the head of Cade, I answered him, "Should be asking our friend here." After a short moment, the cold breeze outside picked up once again, its echo creating an ever-so-faint whistle through the cracks in the metal walls of our strongpoint, when a gruff voice from outside came to us. "Hello?" Everyone, including Cade, was dead silent. A few more silent seconds passed when once again the same voice spoke. "Cade? Bent? Y'all here?" Cade turned his head to me and asked in an almost normal level tone, "What you want me to say?" The gang must have heard him speak, even if the distance obstructed the specific words, because I immediately and rapidly said to Cade, "Tell them you're here. You're captive of New Canaan. They got 7 guns on them, and they're surrounded by mines." The first part wasn't necessary because immediately the light of several flashlights came faintly through the windows, exposing the person of Cade standing completely exposed with the light reflecting off his dusty face. The voice outside asked, "Boss? That you?" "Yeah, it's me, Slick." I could see the light from outside hadn't penetrated deep enough into the structure to expose my men distantly occupying their windows. Cade went on as instructed just before his man Slick could say anything else. "I met with New Canaan. They got me in here as their captive. You and the boys are in the sights of 7 men, and don't stray from the path because they got that mined." Immediately, Slick and the other 9 in his crew raised their weapons towards the shack, if the clatter of weapons being unslung was any indication. I pressed my pistol further into his temple and placed my hand on the grip of my slung SMG, before gently peering through the fluttering curtain at the outside. Though the gang's guns were up, so was the hand of Slick, who appeared in control of their side. The message had sunk in, the weapons on both sides were ready, and a second later, Slick said, "That's so, boss? You all right? Where's the others?" Cade went to turn his head to me, as he was going to ask what he should say, but the barrel of my gun prevented that, and I answered him in a whisper. "It's up to you." Cade spoke to the flashlight outside after a moment. "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm in good hands, even if I'd rather be elsewhere. As for the boys, they're all dead. You can see 'em out front." The flashlights left the windows for several seconds, clearly realizing the 7 still forms set on the ground in rows before the windows were the bodies of their friends. After this was taken in, the flashlights went back up to the windows, and the rustle of more raised weapons was heard, apparently taken rather hard after seeing the damage. The voice of Slick pierced the darkness in a much harsher tone than before. "Talk, New Canaanites. Why you have our boss in there?" We all stayed quiet, and my eyes went to Doyle, whose face was faintly illuminated by the light from outside, coming in from a line of bullet holes in the shack wall. Slick spoke again. "Who's in charge in there? You either start talking or we start shooting. Boss or no?" Cade turned his head to me despite the pressure from my gun. "You should probably say something. They'll hit me first, but y'all are next." Looking back outside, I saw the first rank of that gaggle was laying prone. Their second was crouching, and the rest were standing, all with their weapons up. The bullet holes in the shack wall told me this whole plan of staying put was pretty foolish, even despite the few sandbags we placed around the window portholes. I think Slick's men knew they were going to get shot up from the bottleneck they were in, but we were certainly going to get perforated as well. There was simply no way the men I cared about were all going to walk away if I didn't take charge somehow. Just as Slick began to lower his raised hand to the barrel of his rifle, I shouted, "We just want to leave peacefully, and we're taking Cade with us." All my men remained laser-focused on the jumble of silhouettes pointing their flashlights and large-looking weapons at our bastion. The man outside shouted back after a second as he returned his hand to the air, "Can't do that. We got y'all outnumbered, and we sorta like our boss." Cade, now squinting at the bright light still focused on his exposed person, made an almost audibly sarcastic aw sound, and Slick continued, "Why you taking him anyway?" Cade and Bent said they just wanted to talk to you all. I was glad to hear confirmation that neither Cade nor Bent told their men exactly why they wanted to speak to men of New Canaan. At the same time, I really wished he didn't ask that question. Whatever I said in honesty would have given away too much, and even if I lied, it would probably only be a matter of time before they got to talking amongst themselves, or discovered the reason through other means. Perhaps a journal on the body of Bent, or perhaps they'd remember something spoken by the campfire when the fog of adrenaline subsided from the moment. Also, and as crazy as it sounds, I still didn't want to lie. Perhaps in the moment, it was less about a duty to faith that made it so hard for me to intentionally lie, but more from a part of me that knew I wasn't good at it. Whenever I had, I've always been caught, or the person I lied to could see right through. Either way, I knew the honest truth would only lead to the destruction and death of myself or many of my brothers, even if we managed to win this night. On the other hand, I had already thought about what I should do for too long, so the time for lying was past. Just as I was about to say something vague or indescript like, "We can't tell you that. Rescue came from where I least expected. You can blame Bent for that, Slick." Just as I realized it was Cade speaking out of turn, I realized what he said was true, and he said, "Bent opened fire on these men when I found out." My heart stopped. I forgot to press the gun to his head hard enough, and I began to pull the trigger as the words, "Bent and I were wanted in New Canaan for some shit we did last time we were there." I released the trigger. Cade's brains remained inside his skull, and I thanked God as he concluded, "Bent thought we could take them, and so did I. But here we are." For a moment I thought I could hear everyone on our side give an audible sigh of relief, but it wasn't over. The silence outside was deafening, and the light stayed on the windows as Cade shouted in addition. Bent started something he couldn't finish, and provided I don't resist, my new friends here promised they'd let me serve the original charge and not count what happened here. There was some murmuring outside, and my heart thudded a bit harder as I thought of the words spoken earlier that afternoon. "So where does that leave us?" The murmuring died, and the voice of Slick said, Thought you and Bent never been there." Cade was about to say something in defense of himself and consequently, us as well. However, Slick apparently paid no mind to that uttered fact as he went right along. "Ain't unlike Bent," then spoke almost politely. "We still got him outnumbered, though. Want us to save you, boss?" I adjusted the grip on my Thompson once more, and Cade replied with a laugh. "I'll be out in a few days, boys. You open fire and I'm the first to die." The murmuring began again, this time a bit louder, and although it was too distant to clearly make out, I thought I'd heard phrases like, "But what about?" likely alluding to their friends we killed. Although the conclusion of this ordeal was an appearance of ending peacefully, the weapons on our side remained up, and there remained something I couldn't hear that was still in the air. Cade saw this struggle, and knew that if he didn't get killed by my bullet, it was almost a certainty that one of theirs would if the firing began. I saw a bead of sweat beginning to fall down his face, and as the murmuring continued, Cade shouted out, "I'm just gonna work off my sentence and be back. It's best not to start a war with New Canaan." Almost desperately, he said to something he could clearly see building amongst his men, "Just go, Slick. I'll see y'all at the Mazers camp in a few days." Immediately, Slick shouted back, "The boys and I kinda don't want to let this go. They killed some of our friends, and I wouldn't worry too much about a war if there ain't any witnesses left. Please, Slick, hold fire. If I'm not killed in the crossfire, they'll kill me," shouted Cade, now in a completely desperate tone. One more brief moment of contemplation passed on their sides, while the grips tightened around the weapons on our side. At last, the voice of Slick called from outside, "Sorry, boss. Mazers pay for New Canaan heads, too. This whole thing looks like a win-win, so try and keep your head down." I took the pistol off of Cade's head, pulled up my SMG, and just before me or any of my men could fire at the gang or wipe the sweat pouring down all our faces, a voice beyond the gaggle of outlaws called for everyone in the vicinity of Rock Shack to hear. "Halt! Don't fire! You're surrounded!" Cade ducked under the window. I focused my Thompson on the mass, and the flashlights began to turn to the voice behind them when it called again. "Don't move 1 inch!" The beam of the lights froze in place, and Doyle heaved a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat of his face on his shoulder and releasing the words. "And the Lord sent them Herbian, with mines on their flanks, our guns to their front, and Herbian's guns to their rear. Any hostility would mean their immediate death." We were saved, and Herbian shouted again, "Raise your weapons above your heads, slowly and with no sudden movements." The group complied, and the weapons of my men stayed on the mass of outlaws. I raised Cade back up to his feet beneath the window, and just then, Herbian called towards us. "Lieutenant Doyle! Lieutenant Young? Y'all in there?" With their weapons still hovering above their heads, the gang was frozen in place as Doyle opened the door to the shack, wordlessly leading the men, myself included, out into the scrap heap, shouting back, "Yeah, it's us. We're coming out. Glad to see you, Herbian." I exited into the cold night following the men, our weapons still trained on the outlaws, and Herbian said to us, "See if you can't get yourselves over on our side. The boys and I will keep 'em calm." After that, Lieutenant Herbian ordered the completely surrounded gang of 10 to place their weapons on the ground and move to the shack. We moved around the gangers as we traded places with them, who complied with every demand in silence. We decided not to bind them. Instead, each of us picked up their weapons as we passed the place they stood, and then I took over the scene. Once all the outlaws were on their knees in front of the shack beside their dead, and all the weapons were slung over our shoulders, I told the beaten gang that we would keep our word. We would be leaving peacefully with their leader, and would only be taking their weapons to ensure our safety. Although it would have been better to destroy the weapons of these outlaws or throw them into the waters of the reservoir below the hideaway, the weapons weren't part of the original deal, so we decided it would be all right for them to retrieve them from the site of that first totem. Doyle gave warning that if we found them following us, unarmed or not, they would be fired upon. I told the outlaws to bury their dead, and it was best to retrieve their weapons in the morning, and they seemed to accept the terms before we finally turned around and embraced our saviors of the night. The boys and I heartily shook the hands of Herbian and the 5 men he brought along, and although Doyle and I's men were still loaded down with an additional 3 rifles each, the assistance from Herbian's men was more than appreciated. The greetings were brief, and the 13 in our crew and 1 prisoner departed back along the narrow path along the cliff face away from Rock Shack. Stepping off the trail and back onto the ancient path going west, we moved as quick as we could, the men at the rear occasionally turning back to hear if we were being followed. We all stayed quiet as we moved, but the path out of the mountains was all downhill, so it went by much quicker than the trek up that morning. Our attention focused more on not tripping in the black wilderness and keeping upright under the load of more equipment than when we started. Around an hour and a half later, and after almost missing it in the darkness, the boys up front had led us off the trail to the site of the first totem we came upon. Although it was only a little after 8, the day was exhausting, and was taking its toll despite making much better time on the way back than the way up. True to our word, the boys at the rear made a perimeter while we piled the weapons of the 10 outlaws in a patch of dry brush that would make it hard to find at any point before the break of dawn. We'd kept the weapons of the 8 we killed to ourselves, and some of us took the moment as a break. I bound the outlaw to the burnt totem, and the man stared out at the faint light beyond the rolling cliffs and hills to the northwest. The younger men of our detachments chatted amongst themselves, telling the boys under Herbian all about their heroic exploits before the rescue, while Doyle and I talked with Lieutenant Herbian himself. In this short break, we had the moment to thank him once again, and it was here he told us that they would have been there earlier, but they encountered the outlaws coming in from the south. Herbian and his scouts had to follow very slowly and at a distance, keeping to the brush until the setting sun allowed them to shorten the gap a little more. He said he followed them along the narrow cliff to Rock Shack very slowly, unsure if they kept a rear guard, and had to wait until all his men had gotten into position before he could intervene in any way. Being too far to clearly hear what was being said, it wasn't until he was sure that we were the ones the gang was talking to that he decided to speak up. Just in time, too. Doyle was telling Herbian about all that happened on our side, how our attempt to initially observe was prevented by Cade and Bent's welcoming invitation, why we waited till night, etc. It was near the end of Doyle's explanation to Herbian when I left to approach the man bound to the long burnt totem. I could see the captive's eyes transfixed on the dim light beyond the cliffs and heard the sound of my men picking up their packs readying to depart again when I stood beside the man. I only had one real question on my mind, one that had been recurring to me frequently along the hike down the mountain. He glanced at me when he realized my arrival, and I asked without any true surprise on his part, "Why did you decide to lie to Slick earlier?" I immediately realized the question was rather silly based on my threat to shoot him before the talk with his men. But Cade only said sorry. In response, I elaborated, "When you said Bent opened fire on these men when I found out. Then you lied about you being wanted in New Canaan, instead of giving us away." His face remained unchanged, and then he responded with what was expected, but with an added something else. "Because you had a gun to my head, remember?" He paused. Then perhaps what I was getting at sunk in, because he said, "I know y'all won't let me out in a few days either because of what I know." I asked, "So why did you tell them that?" That grin grew subtly across his face, and then he said, "When I'm not back with the Mazers in a few days, the boys will move on. Perhaps take up new work in a different part of the wilderness, or even with a different tribe." He was holding back, and he felt my gaze on the side of his head when he added, "That leaves a bigger share of the reward for Mr. Graham's location to me, once I finally escape or get free from town." My blood froze at this, and I was about to strike that grin off his face and leave him a bloody dying mess for his men to find in the morning, when something told me not to. Despite what we did for him, and how we saved him when he was dying and when his men showed up, he still intended to get a reward for jeopardizing my family and community's safety. Part of me believed this was just the talk of a man who still wanted to cling to the impression of control over his situation, so the stock of my weapon refrained from the face of this man even as he added, "Plus, the servitude deal y'all talked about doesn't sound half bad, and I could use a vacation from the wild wasteland." I decided not to tell him what I would later tell his handlers and the constable about his case, and instead told him, "Well, all right then," as I released his binds from the totem. The men were lining up to move out, and I began to push him to our place in the center of the line, when he said, "One more thing, though." My only response was the stock of my weapon pushing him further along, and he said anyway, "Whether you like it or not, I am not going to be the only one sent looking for Graham. and New Canaan won't be able to silence everyone who joins the hunt. One more rifle butt to the center of his back, and the man went quiet as Doyle and Herbian led the trot further down the mountain and closer to those lights in the northwest. Chapter 13. Come to me all who are weary. After the escape from Rock Shack, there was not a lot to say about what happened in the early morning after our rescue from the events at Rock Shack. The men of myself, Doyle, and Herbin arrived back at the gates approximately an hour or two before dawn of that morning, if I remember correctly. We would have arrived sooner, but Herbian led us further south and into the wasteland for a while when we believed we were being followed by the outlaws we spared. It wasn't unlike men of their caliber to go back on their word, and worry of them following us with their weapons recovered meant the engagement would be a bloody one, even if we outnumbered them by the addition of Herbin's men. With no intention of having them follow us and creating a firefight right outside the markets and gates to our home, the diversion seemed to work. Although we still aren't sure if it was the remnants of Cade's gang following us, or just paranoia. There were times one of us felt we saw something moving in the brush of the wasteland. Then there were other times I thought I'd only seen a wasteland critter in the darkness. Knowing that whether we were being stalked by human or creature, it was best not to lead them to the main road or gates until we knew for sure. We never learned for sure what was following us, but eventually, our push to the south had us stepping on the caravan trail to New Canaan, and then we decided to move north back home again. The town was still asleep when the night guard lowered the gates for us, and between the three groups and our scout, all of us spent the next hours well into the morning touching up our reports, giving our briefings to this elder, that elder, the constable, etc., about the trip. Then we spent the hours up till noon turning in the gear we borrowed, handing over our issued weapons as well as the acquired weapons over to the armories, and then after dismissing the boys, Doyle and I had to deal with the Cade situation. After giving our reports and suggestions to the constable, and after the meeting with Elder Larsdale, the outlaw was taken off our hands by some of the constable's personal runners, and Deacon Fitz was notified. Once Cade was taken off to the aforementioned cells on the east side of town near the guard barracks, I hadn't seen him since. Our report and the meeting with the constable and elder were sure to include what he said to me the evening before, as well as our suggestion that those responsible for his servitude keep especially close eyes on him. Cade was in hands that I trusted, but the fact he was the only known person from the outside who knew our secret and retained his wicked intentions, my nerves regarding his whereabouts remained for long after. Once all that was done, the constable told us that we all had the rest of the day off, and this was especially good news to hear after being up for well over 24 hours. Perhaps it could have been mentioned earlier, but the members of the night guard and constable weren't the only ones to be surprised that our scout was only a little over a day long. My wife and kids were surprised too. The scout investigation was predicted to take a minimum of 2 days, and 4 days at a maximum. This was evidently passed on to my family, who were all home at the time of my arrival and happy to see my return. Even if my return consisted of little more than a short greeting to them all before immediately passing out on my bed till the next morning. There was plenty more that happened the next morning, including the baptism of the young Duncan Schmidt, but that didn't happen the way the community planned. The return from our trip, some confusion with the temple about the time frame, and the condition of Doyle and I's men after the trip threw a wrench in that, but life began to hop back into its usual pace after the excitement died away. The routine of life in town continued in its usual way, but as the days eventually turned into a week, then more days, one central question continued to occupy the back of my mind. What is to be done with Graham? At this point, days after the return from our scout, and long after our reports had been handed over for consideration, the returned son of our community remained a hermit living in an isolated dwelling outside the walls. I figured the incident with Cade and the discovery of Cade's intent to report information about the man would be cause for alarm amongst the elders, but not a word was said. The burned man was almost never seen outside of his shack, and his existence was almost completely forgotten by the whole community scarcely a week after our return from the scout. I wanted to bring this issue up in the meetings, amongst the lieutenants of the guard, and everyone, including all the attendees of the meeting between the guards and elders, seemed to come to the same conclusion. Just don't talk about him. This seemed to be working well enough, and I even raised it during the meeting with the elders. If a guy like Cade is getting orders from the Legion about tracking him down, Who else is on their way? Clearly, the Legion or someone knew he was alive, and although word of his survival from travelers in the market was non-existent, the idea of him going about his day outside the seclusion of the town walls was unsettling. The words from Cade that night were a frequent echo in the back of my mind. I'm not going to be the only one sent looking for Graham. Perhaps I wasn't the only one who held this silent worry, but life seemed to move right along, and it wasn't long after the Elder Guard meeting the week after our scout that the entire community's attention was shifted towards a new issue, an issue that once again was predicted by the outlaw leader we brought into custody. Soon enough, refugees from the east will be flocking to New Canaan in droves if they hadn't been already. 2 weeks after the incident at Rock Shack, New Canaan had always been a place that refugees from the war-torn wilderness of Utah flocked to for support. The typical policy had always been to offer our charity to those who arrived, and even offer larger groups the missionaries and personnel needed to help rebuild and protect their communities in a safer place away from the ones who harmed them. We did what we could with respect to the tribe's identity, while also giving them examples of the benefits of following the Lord we served. The system was a win-win, and has worked well since the first days of our resettlement from Upper Ogden. And although it's true that the cold season always brought about more than the usual refugees, the near spike in tribal refugees coming to our gates this season was no mystery to the ones who heard what the outlaw Tom Cade said to Doyle and I on that scout. It was slow at first, slow in a way that was almost imperceptible, but amongst the supplies being doled out to those in need of protection from the cold came the influx of those whose people had fallen to Legion expansion in the Far East beyond the mountains. Few knew this to be the reason, but questions amongst my brothers and sisters giving out their charity in the markets were set aside by the chaos caused by dwindling supplies and increasingly upset people in need. It was a Monday, I believe, 2 weeks after our trip, and my boys were guarding the gate in our usual post when I was approached by Mr. Mathers, who asked if the men could cover my round while he took me to the Trinity Inn for a moment. The boys agreed on the condition that I bring them back some cold glasses of ice water to help them combat the midday heat beneath the cold breeze of early November. I followed the deacon, clad in a dusty black smock, away from the gates, seeing the charity stalls occupied by my brothers and sisters from inside the walls, watching them dole out supplies, blankets, and basic food items to the crowds of refugees surrounding the yard beside the central well. Tribals, travelers, wastelanders, traders, caravanners, mothers, fathers, children, and even infants in their mothers' arms swarmed the markets in a way unseen even in past cold seasons. Many of the traders, caravanners, or wasteland visitors went about their business, pushing their wares and beasts of burden through or around the masses of war refugees, while my brothers and sisters of the community rushed to and fro needing to inform Mr. Soanzo about needing more this and that. The scene around the market was so busy that even an extra detachment of guards from the north end was dispatched to the market by the constable, and the extra guards were instrumental in securing the stability of these days, yet we were still short-handed. Passing the stalls, I followed the deacon, shifting my attention to the guards patrolling the grounds, all too occupied with the masses to give us the common greeting they would have done on any other day. All the while, I saw the deacon turning his head to each group or horde of poverty-stricken refugees, likely peering closely at the downtrodden faces, the crying children, the saddened faces of mothers, and the solemn expression on each man's face beneath the layers of ragged and dirty hand-woven clothing. Just before reaching the door to the inn, my attention turned to a sudden shout from what appeared to be at a glance a group of wasteland and tribal men standing slightly distant from the nearest charity stall. It was my intention to stop for a moment and investigate what I assumed to be the start of unrest regarding the diminishing charity supplies. But I saw a group of guardsmen approaching them, and I nearly tripped over the deacon. Stopping short of that, I looked over the deacon, who'd knelt down before a tribal mother in a very thick gray and brown woven long dress, with 3 children huddled next to her for warmth. The deacon didn't even notice me almost trip, and was busy conversing with the mother, who evidently didn't fully understand the language of the man crouched before her and the children. The woman gave a faint, grief-filled smile, nodding in confused politeness, and showing a mouth with several missing teeth before the deacon clasped her hands in one of his. He made the motion of a sign of the cross with his fingers toward her, and released his grip, leaving something in her hands I didn't see before he immediately stood up. He caught eyes with me briefly, and opened the door to the inn, as if he hadn't stopped to pray for a stranger. Then gesturing an after you, I walked inside, and that was that. Inside the Trinity Inn, the place was busier than I had ever seen it. The place was absolutely packed with every sort of person, and louder than it was even in the early days of spring, when traders and caravanners flocked to our gates in droves. I could scarcely even see the counter beyond the crowds, and I caught a glimpse of Martha, our sister of the community and owner of the establishment, busier than ever with the sweat pouring down her face, as all 6 of her apprentices rushed in and out of the back, to all the tables completely overcrowded. As usual, several harsh words were heard through the chatter regarding Wastelanders' frustration at the establishment not having alcohol, only for them to grumble about needing water or caffeine from a pre-war soda after their trip anyway. Perhaps it's worth mentioning, but some within the community didn't like inns serving drinks with caffeine, especially those in the Mormon sect, but it was allowed since Martha was accommodating and agreed not to serve alcohol in accordance with the law set forth by the elders and the temple. Anyway, I followed the deacon through the crowded establishment, and for some reason it stuck out to me that there were almost no tribals inside. Beneath the hollering and laughing, I saw 1 or 2, but this appeared to be where all the caravanners and wastelanders were congregating to escape the cold and the refugee chaos outside. I began to wonder where the deacon and I were going to sit, but before I could, the man was taking off his smock and placing it on an empty 2-chair table by a window, as if it was specially reserved for us. I kept my long sleeve on and took my seat opposite the man, and the 2 of us were soon lost in conversation, the noise of the establishment disappearing into the background. I asked what Mr. Mathers wanted to talk to me about, and he went on to say that the construction project at Judah Black's former ranch was nearly done. The men on his renovation project were satisfied with the work, and so was he. I recalled passing the place on return from the scouting trip, and although it was too early in the morning to make out much, it did appear the place had come a long way since the idea was first concocted by him and approved by the elders. The large shack itself was refurbished, and so was the shed. Mr. Mathers and his crews had even made 2 more sheds of the same style on the lot, one beside the old one, and one on the opposite side of the road. He and the crew had patched up and restored the decaying fence around the perimeter, and then enlarged it to encompass a bigger area, with sections for temporary tents and an additional pen section for livestock. It was this last part that made me ask if the purpose for the renovation was to handle the traders and caravan traffic. But he answered that, although it may be repurposed for that at a future date, he gestured to the more pressing concern by pointing outside. The place would serve as a refugee station to help mitigate or ease the congestion in the market. I thought the idea brilliant, and by the time he told me this, one of Martha's boys returned with our drinks. We gave cheers to one another with the expensive ice water, and I placed an order for 4 more tall cups of the same to go. After the boy left, I asked the deacon why he needed to tell me this now and in this place. He saw me keeping one eye on the outside and knew I was busy, but he then cleared his throat and asked if I could give word to the constable about another detachment to guard the new refugee station. He was very understanding when I said I would see what I could do, probably noticing me focus on the world outside the window even more, and the scarcity of the guards. It became somewhat clear that there was something else he didn't want to just dive into, but he and I both knew he had me at least for as long as it took to get the water for my boys. As busy as the world beyond the glass was, and as much as I was needed out there, I knew my boys wouldn't think too highly of me if I didn't get them what I promised I would. And so, looking around the crowded inn, there was nothing to do but wait, and I was at least in good company. It still wasn't long after Martha's boy left that Mr. Mathers and I got to talking about other things. The man was curious about a great many things his friends and colleagues in the religious sect weren't familiar with, and part of me still knew he invited me to a one-on-one talk for another reason. He didn't invite me here just to request more enforcers around the restored ranch. There was something else, but he would only divulge his other concerns through discourse. Our talk went on, and I was the one doing most of it at this point, Seeing the man was all ears until the proper time as we caught one another up on whatever our conversation took us to. "So you took the boy out back behind the barracks that Sunday?" Mr. Mathers asked with a laugh. I finished my swig of the icy water and went on, "Yes, sir, we figured that was the best way to do that for him. I don't know if you know Tammy in water treatment, but just don't tell her we're the reason for that slight increase of output in her cistern." Doyle promised to make amends with her someday if he hadn't already. The man chuckled once more. "Shoot, I wish I could have been there. I'm glad you boys didn't do it in that muddy pool off the trail to Rock Shack, but you probably should have if you'd known it would have been so dangerous." Thinking about that Sunday after the return, I thought of the blank expression on the kid's face as he stood in that kiddie pool full of water with Doyle, while me and 30 other members of the Guard stood around him, watching. Yeah, after getting back from the Scout, none of us were in any condition to attend the temple for it, not to mention the mix-up with the baptism pastor that day since he thought we wouldn't be back for another few days. Still, the way we did it was rather fitting for Mr. Schmidt and his personality. The deacon shook his head with a smile. I knew he was searching for a way to get out of his baptism in the temple when I talked to him about a week before you all's Scout. Did he say anything that stood out? Before going under, I mean. I was still thinking about the fun and the aftermath of the kid's baptism, and I answered, "Well, you know, some people aren't much for making a big spectacle about it. For some, they feel they lose the genuineness of the moment if they re-pledging their life to Christ before people they don't even know. He's always been a bit of a shy one, and I think he was much more at ease about it when he knew all the faces around him in that water were his friends in the Guard. As to your other question, you know he ain't much for words. Boy didn't even tell me he was winged by a bullet after the fight with Cade's gang. That, and nobody wanted to make him feel like he was obligated to give a tearful testimony before going under." Still amused by the story, there was a slight hint of solemnity in Mr. Mathers' face as he nodded his head. "No doubt. I'm happy he got to do that in a way he felt best. Still, I wish I could have been there. I probably don't know him the way you and the men in Doyle's detachment or the barracks do, but I've enjoyed speaking to him this past year on the odd occasion. He seems like a promising young man in many ways." "I think so too," said I, partially wishing the young Duncan was a bit more open. There were lots of people like Mr. Mathers who would have loved to be there for Duncan's baptism, but given the kid's nature, it was best not to throw him into something he wasn't comfortable with. The fact that he finally agreed to get baptized in the first place was wonderful enough, and the little party the Guard threw together that Sunday made the thing even better. Before I could dwell on this for too long, my attention was turned when the deacon was done with his glass and he asked, "So, what about the outlaw? How's he doing?" I preferred not to talk or even think about the outlaw we brought in, but I had just told Mr. Mathers all about the Scout, and so I said the truth, remembering one of my curiosities as I spoke. "I haven't seen Cade since we brought him in. Actually, I was hoping you could tell me how he's doing. Have you talked to Deacon Fitz lately?" Perhaps the deacon heard the disdain in my voice before the question. He gave an audible, and pondered the question a moment before saying, "I believe I heard that he's in the fields now. Thought I heard mention of that a couple days ago, but no, I haven't heard from Fitz. I suppose that means the outlaw is getting along well enough if he's out there, even if he's been in the cells longer than most petty criminals." Thinking back to the night and morning I spent with the outlaw, I still couldn't think of him highly, and the presumption of Mr. Mathers about Cade's assimilation made me say in an instant, "There's a reason he was in those cells longer than others, Mr. Mathers. That guy essentially told us he was a snake in the grass." He admitted openly that the first thing he's going to do when released is collect a reward for information on. Looking over my shoulder and seeing we were alone in our bubble amidst the packed establishment, I went on even lower. "Our brother. The way Cade sees it, his stay with us is just a vacation from the wastes, and a way to shake the rest of his gang off so he can collect more of the reward." Mr. Mathers nodded his head in recollection of what I had told him earlier. "Yeah, you mentioned that." He paused, then thought for a moment before meeting my gaze and asking, "You sure that's his intention, though? Seems strange that even a guy like him would admit to what he would do. Perhaps he was just bitter since the loss of his gang was still fresh?" That thought had crossed my mind, but memories of that afternoon and that evening in the shack went through my mind as well. I know a liar when I see or hear one. He wasn't lying. At the risk of sounding bitter myself, I'd keep him in chains for a year, and the only way I'd trust him enough to let him go is if we removed his tongue, eyes, and hands so he can't communicate. Part of me was surprised myself by my own words. I felt my face, feeling a stern scowl carved into my countenance, and removed it upon discovery. I had a faithful and moral obligation to assume the best in people, but the memory of those gunshots at Rock Shack, the face of Evan Buller, and the faces of many others I lost came to me, making the idea of assuming the best pretty hard to execute. The deacon sat there with his hands clasped before him on the table, his face concerned, and seeing the thoughts I battled before, saying softly, "I understand your worry, but isn't that a bit much, Paul?" The seconds had passed, and although I knew my conviction was wrong, I knew it was also right from experience. Still, I told the man, "Maybe, but you know the kind of men like him yourself. After all, it wasn't but 7 years ago that you were killing guys like him in the wasteland for the NCR Rangers." A long silence hovered between us. I probably shouldn't have brought that up, and the deacon's face remained unchanged as he casually looked over his own shoulders at the backs of wastelanders around us, before returning his attention to me with a new, half-concealed sadness behind his emotionless expression. "That was a long time ago, Paul, and I was shown the error of my ways when you met me out there," he said still softly, appearing almost completely undisturbed. Knowing part of my stance on the issue of Cade was wrong, I admitted, "Still, there's something to be said about those ways, especially when the safety of everyone who loves our Lord and this slice of the waste is at stake, wouldn't you say?" The deacon didn't answer, and a silence hovered between us again for a few moments before he said, "Believe me, I understand the concern. That concern is part of why I called you here." He paused, looked down at his glass. "I only wish more of my brothers in the temple shared the worry." Once more, the elders and religious leaders of the community had all but forgotten about the man we harbored just outside our walls, and the strange unspoken disconnect appeared once again between the religious and guard sect. The deacon knew I was right, but I was also wrong. I believed men like Cade and those who put no value in the word of God could not change, but the elders and members of the temple believed they could. I believed they could, and so did the deacon. It was here that the deacon and I sat. It was why we got along so well when you strip away all the casual friendliness and idle banter. I knew that men like Cade, men worse than Cade, could change, but sometimes they never could. What made some men change and some not was unknown to all of us below the sun, but known to God, and the proof of that something's existence in the worst of men was only proven by the wrapped man outside the walls, as the world beyond was consumed by more and more chaos. At last, the deacon knew he was not alone in the frustration and contemplation when he saw it in me, and told me what it would take to reconcile the two stances on how to deal with my own internal issue of Cade. Whether or not the outlaw sees the light may not matter. One way or another, more will come looking for our returned brother. If a lowly outlaw bounty hunter and his gang of scalpers could find the trail and start sniffing down it, how long before others do? And in the meantime, he's still outside the walls. A secret hidden in plain sight, said I, more to myself than him. The deacon only nodded, asking lowly, "I wonder what it will take for the elders to realize we need to fully embrace him or he needs to leave." I had considered this as well, coming to the same conclusion in this talk as I had done many times since the return of Graham. Hopefully, it'll be before a Legion army decides to march this way. Then, considering the events with Cade and my opinion on his presence in the community of faith, it occurred to me, I suppose that's one way to reconcile my faith and pragmatism when it comes to Cade. "How's that?" asked the deacon with a raised eyebrow. As unfortunate as the reconciliation between being faithful to my trust in Cade's turn to faith and my dread at what he would do upon release was, it was given by the idea of Legion siege or the word about Graham getting out, and I told the deacon as much. It wouldn't be hard to believe his conversion or trust him enough to set him free unharmed, if the reward goes away. The reward certainly would disappear if there was a Legion army surrounding us, and the deacon must have been thinking about this as well when the faintest smile returned to his face. Let's still hope it doesn't come to that, though. Agreed. I then asked myself, how would the word even get out? As my eyes went to the window and I saw all the chaos outside, the waters I ordered would have been along at any minute, and the deacon and I were about to change the topic for more hopeful or amusing ones, when suddenly our search for a new diversion was ended by it stepping up to the table. Out of all the crowds in the building, All thoughts of our prior gloom were thrown aside as a man emerged from the gaggle of wastelanders, stepped right up to our table, and shouted through the noise, "Do my eyes deceive me? Mr. Saul Mathers and, dare I say, Lieutenant Young," standing there in faded black rodeo jeans, boots, and a dirty white shirt with light green and blue plaid with the sleeves rolled up. I almost immediately recognized the getup alone. The man before us was a tall young man of his late 20s with light blue eyes, a patchy dark brown beard, and dusty face beneath a wide-brimmed, flat black hat, with a red band around it, almost identical to the hat Tom Cade wore. All at once, Mr. Mathers stood himself up and embraced the man as I stood as well, the deacon shouting in return, "Daniel, oh my, hadn't thought I'd see you for another few weeks at least." The deacon released his brother in the temple sect, and turning to me, my old friend Daniel extended a hand that I immediately met in a strong grip, adding, "I could say the same. How've you been, Daniel? Where's Josie and Alan?" Out of nowhere, Daniel pulled up a chair and took a seat at the deacon and I's little table while Mr. Mathers and I sat back down. Daniel removed his hat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to the both of us, "How can it be so hot and so cold out there?" Daniel was about to go on when the deacon said idly, "Tell me about it. Probably warmer where you've been." Glancing between both of us as he talked, Daniel said, "I've been well, Paul. Hope you and the family have been too. Josie and Alan were pretty beat from the trip, so they headed straight to the gates. Figured I'd stop in here to get something to drink before returning to Elder Rockwell for my report. Not sure that was the best idea, though. I had no idea this place would be so crowded." With an amused but winded chuckle, he paused. "I'll bet. How are the kiddos on their first time out?" "Don't worry about the drink, though. I placed an order for my boys that should be along any minute. Martha's fella can take your order then," said I. Daniel nodded at me, and once again turning to both of us as he spoke, he went on, "Yep, that'll work, but truly I'm proud of those kids. Zion may be a bit warmer even at this time of year, but that trip is no picnic. It ain't often that the temple sends kids on their first missions that far south, but their folks had some pull with Mordecai, and I'm just glad I was able to take them down there without incident." The returned career missionary leaned back in his chair, and the deacon asked what I too was thinking, "So how are the Sorrows holding up? Pretty well, I suppose? You've certainly been down there with them for a lot longer this time." Daniel only adjusted in his chair and shook his head with an exaggerated sigh as he said, "There's still a lot to be done with them. Language is still the primary issue, but the kids are getting English and at least able to help translate for their parents, which is more progress than last time Josie and Alan, Josie especially, that wonderful girl, was even able to begin our true mission." With permission from the tribe and the parents, Josie led a group of children for almost 4 months before the letter to come back. Dear girl left the kids her collection of children's Bible stories for them to keep. I hope the parents don't mind, but I was busy helping the adults with the practicals, helping them with new means of purifying the water they live in, showing them new ways to make use of their game, and they taught me so much this time around. I really felt I was having an impact, at least between the attacks. I'd only heard very little about the tribes of Zion or those around Grand Staircase, Bryce Canyon, and other habitable parts of the region. But what I did hear made me ask, "Sorrows still getting raided by dead horses?" Daniel reclined again, adding simply, "Sometimes. It's hard for them to get into the Zion Valley, but when they do, it ain't too good for anyone." He paused again, focusing his attention more on me this time before adding, "The raids are few and far between, but when they show up, when the Sorrows captured a warrior or two..." He paused even longer, still looking at me as he finished. "They're pretty vocal about who trained them to fight like they do." Neither me nor the deacon had heard what dead horse captives had to say about who trained them to harass the friendly Sorrows tribe of the Zion Valley, but we both knew who it was without it having to be said. The eyes of the deacon and I met for a moment, and suddenly, when I returned to the face of Daniel, I saw the expression of extreme curiosity, sorrow, and friendliness about being amongst friends when the deacon asked in an apparent effort to change the unspoken subject, "So when's the next time you're headed down to Zion?" Immediately, the missionary's face grew a smile while the other emotions stayed in their place behind it all, as he answered cheerily, "Not for a while, I don't think. Probably a couple of months, maybe a year. Elder Rockwell seemed to have different tribes for me in the near future, but for now, I could use a rest. That said, what's been going on here? "What's with all the crowds?" The eyes of the deacon and I met for a moment once again, and all the deacon said was, "Lots of refugees these days. Apparently lots of fighting in the east beyond the mountains and past Hanksville." Daniel nodded at the deacon, then turned to me and apparently saw something in my face when his own face showed even more of the emotions buried behind it earlier. We locked eyes momentarily, and I asked him what I assumed he already knew by his talk of the dead horses earlier. "You know about our recent visitor?" At these words, Daniel only nodded once again, seeing in his face that there was much he wanted to know and ask about, but also that this just wasn't the time or place. That nod was all that was needed, and Daniel appeared to be ready to move on to something else when the young apprentice of Martha stepped over to our table and placed a small milk crate with 4 glasses of ice water on the table before me. Upon receiving the awaited order, I stood to my feet, asked the lad, "How much do I owe Martha?" The young apprentice waved his hand. "No charge. Martha's got you this time since it's for the guard. Just return the crate and glasses when you can." My heart warmed at that, and I tossed the boy a silver coin with our community's cross on the face and back as tip. The boy caught it with a "Thanks, Lieutenant," and was about to run off for other tasks amidst the packed inn, when Daniel caught him by the shoulder and ordered something. I was just about to resume our talk and hint at my need to depart when again, a new person stepped up to us from out of the crowd. It was my guardsman, Carl Northrup, who before anyone could greet him, said to me in a winded breath, "Lieutenant, we need you outside. There's a situation around the charity stalls." The apprentice boy had left. Daniel and Mr. Mathers were looking at Carl and I said to nobody, perfect timing as I handed one of the waters to Carl, who downed the contents in a single gulp. Wondering what had been told to me through the crowd noise, I took the crate of water glasses in my hand, grabbed my cap, and said to the men sincerely, "I have to go. Mr. Mathers, thank you for the talk." Then to Daniel I said, "Daniel, enjoy your time with the deacon here. Welcome back, and I'm sorry to depart so abruptly, but my family and I would love to have you over for dinner. Mr. Mathers, you're welcome to show up too." With a smile, the missionary said, "That sounds nice. How does this Wednesday sound?" I gave the man a thumbs up in agreement and disappeared into the crowds, following Carl to the door outside.